Hey everybody, good morning. Thanks for coming to this live. I'm actually live. It's like 12:05 in the afternoon here in Austin, Texas. Uh, Amongst other things, you can tell because I'm wearing the headphones that I wouldn't normally wear on the streams and stuff. So this is the first live that I've really done on the channel that's anything at all like this, and it's part of an effort that we're going to be making in the near future. In this case, I'm specifically responding to content that was responding to content on this channel. We're still setting up tech here. This is an entirely new rig. And I want to go over a couple things related to the channel and then dig right in. Vertical video is actually working, but it probably won't be changing much during the show. So you're probably just going to get that same static image. And also, huge thanks in advance for watching, subscribing, and any super chats or support. I didn't monetize this channel for a long time, until just a little over a year ago, as I was approaching 200,000 subs. And I didn't for a number of different reasons. One, I was the president of a nonprofit, and I did not want even the appearance that I might be profiting off of a nonprofit. And prior to me monetizing it, I didn't want any accusations that I was either doing this for money or that I was seeking clicks or anything else. And I generally avoided, like drama stuff, except for a couple of really serious occasions. I got those accusations anyway. It didn't matter. There were people who thought that I was the money laundering, string pulling mastermind behind the ACA and that I was secretly sitting here profiting when meanwhile I was paying for stuff out of my own personal savings to help out and do good. But now that it's monetized, I'm especially grateful for your support. We're going to build bigger and better things, starting with more live content, including debates. All right. I released a video called Spirituality is Nonsense. And in it, I made some definitions, and I talked about what I would be looking for. And it's possible that I wasn't clear enough in the things that I said. This is my video that you're seeing. We're not going to go through it, but I have it up in case there's something I need to reference where either, it wasn't represented properly by me or by Britt or whoever. At the very beginning, when I went through the definition of spirituality, the common ones from actual dictionary usage, I mentioned that it's nonsense by defining nonsense, talking about intelligibility, and then giving the common definitions of spirituality. And I also said that if somebody holds to a non-standard definition of spirituality, something that wasn't covered by the dictionary definitions that I went through, then the first thing they need to do is realize that video wasn't about them. It couldn't be, or it's not necessarily about their belief, because I was specifically responding to the most popular and typical usages of spirituality. I still don't know what spirituality is, even in the sense where I was responding to it in that video, because it is so vaguely defined. It's unclear and it's malleable and it's usable by seemingly anybody for anything. And that includes a kind of I don't know how new, but there's a new trend, I guess, towards some non-religious usages and appeals to some version of spirituality. And so if whatever spirituality Britt's advocating for, or anybody's advocating for, if it doesn't fit what I described, then you need to define it, which is tell me what it is in a clear fashion, showing that you have some understanding of a subject, and then demonstrate that what you're referring to is real. And then make a case for why it's deserving of pursuit or reverence. Show that your methods work towards achieving those goals. And also that it isn't merely an equivocation fallacy to call it spiritual. Because if I went through the common usages and yours wasn't in there, you have to acknowledge that you're claiming that it fits a particular label when really you may be muddying the waters and offering false cover to the standard nonsensical definitions, the woo definitions that you may reject. Britt Hartley has taken up the challenge, and while I haven't seen any of this, her fans have hunted me down all over the internet, including on Instagram postings of my snake, to tell me that she ate me for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and midnight snack, that I owe her an apology, and if I do, I will, that she brought receipts and I haven't done my homework. So we'll take a look here in just a second. I will say, Britt isn't responsible for her more enthusiastic fans any more than anybody else is. And if you're a fan of this channel, don't do that. It doesn't help anybody. You end up looking silly, and you risk making me looking silly. You risk making your entire case look silly when you do that. It's very clear we built, and I'm guilty, built a culture of viewing debates and discussions as if they're WWE events. I don't care about the winners. I know the overwhelming majority of people are going to watch this and leave with the same view, perhaps, as they came in with, or at least something similar to start with. But it's about, planting seeds and getting information out and hoping that eventually we reach a point where one or all of us come to some sort of, change of mind that leads to agreement and a better world when possible. Britt and I actually talked very briefly by email. She noted she was a fan and that she hoped to provide something interesting. And I already found that declaration interesting because I'm less interested or less impressed, I guess, with what's interesting than what's true. I want to know what's true. There's plenty of things that are interesting that also lead to woo. But I'm genuinely hoping we find out where I went wrong, or where Britt went wrong, or where something was misunderstood or whatever, and that this is sufficiently resolved that I don't need to talk about Britt's version of spirituality again. If it doesn't, I'm happy to sit down and discuss this stuff further. But full disclosure, I haven't watched any of this, but there is one claim that somebody told me Britt made in the video. So I have heard that secondhand. And I'll mention that when we get to it. Other than that, I've seen none of this. Like literally I saw her say her name just to make sure that the audio was playing and paused. Things to look for in this video is if it's a response to the spirituality being nonsense thing, we need to know what she's talking about. So we're looking for definitions, demonstrations, and whether or not it's deserving of the label spirituality. And something like my sense of awe or wonder, that's not spiritual. That's psychological. This is, I don't understand how something, I don't know if Britt does this, but somebody in my chat did it, and I already had this exact note here, so I'm not going to skip it. People, since I posted that I was going live, they're on Facebook offering up their definitions of spirituality and arguing about them. I mean, all this does is reinforce my original case that there's not a clear understanding or definition, that this is in fact unintelligible. And it is, to me, a bit of hyperbole and a huge equivocation fallacy where people are using the same word, meaning different things by it, and then pretending that they're all talking about the same thing. And that's why they're, right off the bat, just in a couple of hours that I posted this, there's people in there arguing about the definitions and in some cases flatly making claims that aren't correct. But I don't need to, nor do I think it's deserved, to call a sense of wonder spiritual. I'm fine, as I said in the original video, with poetic and metaphoric uses of terms like that. The problem is that if you're going to have a non-religious secular spirituality, it needs to be some sort of secular way of achieving the same or similar goals to how spirituality is being used outside of that. And if spirituality is being used in a religious context and you're rejecting all the religious stuff, what is it about the spirituality that you'd like to keep or rehabilitate that ties to those goals? And if it ends up being different goals, then I don't think it's justified to make it the same thing. And I also think that it provides cover for the religious, pseudoscience, woo, harmful versions of spirituality. It's the same thing as like, I love the gay LGBTQ churches. who have cherry picked out of their Bible and are trying to be better people despite the religion they're attached to. But those liberal, lefty leaning Christians are using the same name, Christian, and the same holy book, the Bible, as Westboro Baptist Church. Neither one of them are in a position to say we're more right, but if either of them were, the Westboro Baptist Church is, because they're sticking more strictly to particular things in their Bible, and the gay-friendly church is either ignoring it or wishing it away or whatever, deprioritizing it. I don't know. I don't get to decide who's right or who's a true Christian. I'm not going to go down that fallacy road. But if you said, hey, like Thomas Jefferson cutting out all of the miracles in the New Testament to create his, people running around saying, oh, I'm a secular Christian. Wow. To me, that's not only potentially more harmful, but dumber, because the only thing left after you remove the secular bits are instructions, I guess, to only allow for divorce in the case of infidelity, that it's okay to keep slaves as long as you don't beat them. I mean, what parts of it are you hanging on to? It doesn't make sense, and it provides cover. And I love James Tallarico, John Fugelsang, these Christian guys who are definitely left. They're awesome. And I don't get to decide what they believe or what they call themselves. But I can say that when it comes down to battling, which version of Christianity is right, I'd really hate to see that shift to which spirituality is real, when none of them seem to tie to anything real beyond psychology, and we already have ways of addressing things in psychology. So look for definitions. Make sure that let's try and make sure the definitions are more clear than vague, and whether they're supported by fallacies, facts, or faith. And is this stuff testable or verifiable? Her video is about an hour. I expect to pause and comment. I don't know. I don't know how often I'm going to have to do that, but just as often as there's something to respond to. So this video is going to be longer. Thanks so much for joining us. If this doesn't clear up differences between us in either direction, then I'd be happy to sit down with Britt or Jim Palmer or any of the folks selling non-religious spirituality. And I don't necessarily mean selling for money. I mean, they're advocating for this, and see if we can't get closer to agreement. So let's get started.
Hi everyone, Britt here with No Nonsense Spirituality. This is going to be a new kind of video for me because I have received what I think is friendly fire from Matt Dillahunty, who most of you may know. And he made a whole video referring to me and also Jim Palmer, who runs the Center of Non-Religious Spirituality. He made a whole video called Spirituality is Nonsense and mentioned me in that video.
Okay, so I did make a video called Spirituality is Nonsense. I didn't mention either Britt or Jim by name in there. I mentioned characteristics. And so I'm not denying that when I called it Spirituality is Nonsense, it's because people kept approaching me in part with Britt's no nonsense spirituality. But I didn't call anybody out by name. But she was definitely one of the people I was thinking of. So not really a particular nitpick. I don't think this was remotely dishonest. I think she said she felt like it's friendly fire. And that's fair. It probably was, because, I mean, I've heard her claim everybody's religious and then talk about non-religious. There's a lot of confusion here. And, as far as I know, we're talking about somebody who's doing good and helping people, but in a way that I don't know we've had a good explanation. And that's what I'm hoping for today.
Today, I will be responding to some critiques, and I'm curious to see what you guys think about this, because many of you value Matt Dillahunty's work in the atheist space, specifically all the work that he has done debating theists of various religions. Now, some of his critiques I think are fair. Some of it I think is semantics. Some of it is going to be some fundamental differences between him and I. And some of the critiques I think are unfair. There's some of it that I think was punching down a little bit. So I'm going to go over his arguments and steelman them as best I can and respond and see what you think at the end of this. And
it'll be, I appreciate all that. I have no doubt that we're going to hear things from Britt that I agree with, and probably things that I disagree with. I'm not sure if I yet understand the punching down thing. I know what it means, and I know how it's typically used, but I was addressing spirituality in the broad sense, which is why I didn't name anybody. But, you know, Britt's got 88,000 subscribers and has been on channels much bigger than mine, including channels that I've never been on. So, and, you know, popping up everywhere, finished books, did stuff I've never done and couldn't do. I'm not quite sure how it's punching down to say, hey, if you have a non-standard definition of spirituality, I'd like to know what it is and get the defense of it. But if it is punching down, I'm sure I won't hear the end of it from some people.
And my purpose in doing this is not to convince Matt or any of you to use the word spirituality or to claim yourself as a spiritual person, but to prove that there is space for both of us and for what we do in the atheistic and secular communities. So this is a bit of like Hamilton and Aaron Burr. There was room in this world for Hamilton and me before we kind of start firing shots at each other here.
I'm sorry. I thought we were going to, well, we'll see. We'll see if I was looking forward to a definition of spirituality. And now it seems that, hey, we're going to probably disagree on whether or not it's justified or a good idea to refer to X as spirituality. But there's room for both of us. I don't know that I've ever said or suggested there's not room for both of us. I'm talking about my personal objections to the fact that people run around using the term without any clear understanding of what it is, and all of them pretending that they agree. There's room for anybody in this movement who's actually trying to help people. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see. I definitely agree there's space for both of us. There may not be space for respect for tossing out pseudoscience, which I don't know that Britt's even doing. So we'll see.
So my first point that I want to address is the word spirituality, his qualms with it, how I define it, evidence to support it, and why I use that term instead of other words. So let's take a look at what he says here.
So what do I mean by nonsense? Well, if you go to a dictionary, it's one of the secondary definitions of nonsense are things of no importance or value. And definitely spirituality so far has no importance or value to me. And until someone clearly explains what it is, that it's real, and why it should be important to me, I don't see that changing. But that's a trivial objection. Saying, oh, it's nonsense because I don't care about it. That's not an objection, and that's not what I'm here to say. I'm going with a more primary, more prominent usage of nonsense. Words or language having no meaning or conveying no intelligible ideas. Language, conduct, or an idea that is absurd or contrary to good sense, and an instance of absurd action. And since we're talking about something that doesn't convey intelligible ideas, it's worth knowing that by intelligent, we're talking about something that is capable of being understood or comprehended.
So his first claim is that
That was my definition that I used for nonsense, not the one I used for spirituality, but okay.
this word is too vague to be of any use or meaning. And because it's so vague, it just invites charlatans into this space. And
That's
honestly,
fair.
This is a fair frustration. Yeah. The word spirituality is used badly all the time. It gets
I think that's really funny because I think her assessment of my assessment is fair, and that seems to be because she thinks my assessment is fair. Yeah, the word is so misused and abused that it opens the door to almost anything. It's kind of in the, if you open your mind far enough, your brains will fall out thing, which is, I don't really like it, but it fits us a bit. All right, so we're in agreement on that at least.
It's used to mean ghosts and vibes and manifestation and crystals and energy and intuition and psychedelics and just having emotions. So if Matt's argument is that the word is often vague, I agree. But vague usage does not mean that there's no real subject matter to contend with. There are many.
A vague usage doesn't necessarily mean that there's no real subject matter to contend with. But if we're not able to stick a pin in some sort of testable claim, then you don't have anything to contend with. If you can't say, here's what we're talking about by spirituality and how we test to show that this is something real and distinguish it from all of the others, you don't have anything to contend with yet, but we'll see.
Any words that we use in the English language that are too broad to define. Words like love, for example, are very difficult to define. Certainly,
I would agree with that. However, it's not even remotely in the same camp. A word like love versus a word like spiritual. we have a number of different usages for love, and we can describe and define them. And while we don't necessarily know, for example, what romantic love, I don't know what romantic love feels like to you, but I know what it feels like to me. And we can discuss this to show that, hey, when I say, I love this person, I don't mean that in a romantic sense. I mean it in a platonic sense. And you can go through all that. But all we're talking about at the end of the day is taking a set of emotions, a set of psychological conditions that we have, and categorizing them. And it can be as simple as these emotions are love, just like these vehicles are Chevrolets. But you might not be driving a Silverado, you might be driving something else. It's set theory. And so if you have emotions and then love, and then within love, there's romantic love and platonic love and all kinds of things. And you can dump stuff in there from other usage as well. You can bring in agape love and things like that and actually describe them and describe the differences. Okay. Plus love, with a few exceptions, is also something where it's like, it's not like we have a huge divide between here's the portion of people who experience love and another significant portion of people who don't. And the significant portion who don't have no clue what these people are talking about. I mean, it's like you can teach someone with a number of, conditions preventing them, like Helen Keller type thing. You can confirm to people who have never seen that other people can see. You can do the same with color. I did videos on this, but I don't know that any such thing is possible with spiritual. So I think there's a little bit of false equivalency here, but we'll keep going.
Really difficult to put into a beaker. But with love, even though it's used in a variety of ways, we can still ground that in the human experience. We can talk about how humans feel and act with love. We can even look at brain scans when we're talking about being in love. We can have objective conversations about subjective realities. We can do brain scans of monks who are doing loving kindness meditations and see that their user default mode in their brain, yes, that part of their brain that is self-obsessed, is really quiet during that meditation, for example. And I want to do the same thing with spirituality, that there's an element of spirituality that we can ground in the human experience, even if it's true that that term is sometimes used in vague woo-woo ways that I wouldn't support. So then Matt goes on to give a definition from the dictionary on spirituality.
Relates to the human search for meaning, purpose, and connection to the sacred, transcendent, or inner self, often independent of organized religions.
So let's work with this definition that he gave, because I don't want to make a Jordan Peterson move here and start just making up definitions. He said spirituality relates to the human search for meaning, purpose, and connection to the sacred, transcendent, or inner self, often independent of organized religion. So fine, if that's the definition, then the question becomes whether meaning, purpose, a sense of sacredness, even just as an experience or transcendence, or a curiosity with your inner life, can be understood. Can we do all of that without supernaturalism? And the answer is yes. There was nothing in that definition that defined connection to the self or connection outside of self as something that requires the supernatural. In fact, it says,
I don't know that I said that requires the supernatural, but okay.
Says it's often independent of organized religion.
Yes, it says it's often independent of organized religion, but it doesn't say that it's independent of religion, and it doesn't say that it's independent of supernatural things, and it doesn't say that it's independent of, some literal notion of a soul. When you look at the definition, and by the way, I went through a bunch of different definitions to show which ones, and I address them all. So this human search for meaning, purpose, connection to the sacred, transcendent, or inner self, I talked about whether or not there is any good reason to believe there is some intrinsic meaning or purpose, and a search for meaning or purpose doesn't need to be spiritual. My life has a meaning and a purpose that I have attributed to it through my own search, independent of any notion of spirituality. And it is, I don't even understand how somebody could call that. But if what they're searching for is a purpose beyond that, they would need to make some kind of demonstration that there can be a purpose beyond that, and how they're going to go about finding it. Similar, I did the same thing when it came to the inner self and the transcendent and stuff like that, but we'll see.
So then you can say, okay, give me data and evidence that this thing that we're pointing to exists and that it's something that we should contend with. Happy to do so. Because for me, just so Matt knows, I'm not sure how familiar he actually is with my work versus just.
This is literally and I apologize, Britt, this is literally this first 4.5 minutes or 5 minutes is the most I've ever heard you speak. Everything else, oh, no, that's not true. Arden played a podcast where Seth interviewed you while we were on a drive. So I heard bits and pieces there. And I think that's where you said that everybody was religious. But I didn't get a chance to finish watching it because you're going. So I'm not very familiar with Britt's thing, which is why I'm glad she's here to tell me what's what.
Just the title of my platform. So just so you know, Matt, I don't believe in God. I'm an outspoken atheist. I don't believe in the soul. I don't believe in a spiritual realm. I don't believe in manifestation. I don't believe in the self. I think the self is an illusion. I don't believe in free will. This, for me, when I talk about spirituality, is all grounded in human experience. But let's talk about evidence for this definition that you gave so we can try to ground it a bit. So first, you say that spirituality is related to the human search for meaning, and our brains are meaning makers. That's what they do. We do not simply receive raw reality. We interpret it. We organize it. Our brain filters.
We're meaning makers, not meaning discoverers. This is... I love the fact that that's the actual language she used there. Meaning is something that it is an extension of value. There is no meaning. There is no sense. There is no intelligibility absent a mind. It is our attempts to understand the world, to communicate that information. We're not finding meaning in the world. We are making meaning. We're making the input that we get mean something to us and constructing a model in our heads of a world that may or may not exist. But it'll be cool when we get to inner self, because I didn't know Britt rejected the concept of self. Now, we may agree. I don't reject the concept of self. I hope she gets into this later, because that'd be fun to talk about. Maybe if we do something together. I don't believe I believe the self is an illusion. I think maybe as she meant that. But I don't deny that there is a self, but I'm referring to the perception of self.
Filters reality without us even intending to. So you say that you see no evidence that the universe has any intrinsic meaning. I'm a nihilist. I agree with you. I don't think that the universe has any intrinsic meaning, but the definition that you gave did not specify that meaning has to come from the universe. And so when I say meaning matters, I do not mean that the universe has a secret mission statement written into the stars, or that there's a supernatural realm that we can be accessing. I mean that humans are the kind of animal that psychologically needs some kind of coherent relationship to reality in order to function. I
agree. I don't know what the justification could possibly be for our natural processes and what we need to function for calling that spiritual. The definition, that first definition, was there specifically to address meaning and purpose, connection to the sacred, transcendent, or inner self. Those were three chunks of one definition thing. I don't accept that any and every search for meaning or instance of making meaning is spiritual in any useful sense at all. And if I went around saying, oh, my mind makes meaning, that's spiritual, and I push this word out and advocating for that, then now, once again, we're back to the adding credibility to all of the more standard uses that are woo-based. But we'll see.
Our brains
I keep saying we'll see.
To know what matters, what pain means, what we're responsible for, what we can let go of, what kind of life we're trying to build. It needs a way to orient, and we have evidence that this matters. In a 2017 systemic review and meta-analysis found that meaning in life associated with far better physical health outcomes. It doesn't mean that having meaning in your life means that you'll never be sick, but it does give you a lot more resilience. It means that there is a measurable relationship between having meaning in your life, being able to define the meaning of your life, and doing better across health related matters. You don't have to, none of that has to be contained within the supernatural. All of that can be built from the ground up. Another large study of almost 7,000 U.S. adults over age 50 found that stronger purpose of life was associated with lower all-cause mortality. Again, that doesn't mean that purpose is just a magic vitamin, but it does mean that purpose is not just some fluffy, poetic extra. It is connected to how humans function and cope and behave and even survive.
So our cognitive well-being, our psychological well-being, I completely agree. I don't know those particular studies. I don't even have objections to. I mean, I can't vouch for them or anything, but I have no objections or disagreement with the findings. We know that there are people who work better when they're told what to do. There are people who function better when the world makes sense to them, when they feel like they have a purpose, when they understand things better, and when there's some purpose that goes beyond the mundane, some purpose that might like kind of graduate to, ooh, this is meaningful, instead of just like, oh, here's my intent, etc. So all this is fine. I just don't see what the justification could possibly be for calling it spiritual, because even that definition, okay, it doesn't say meaning and purpose absent these things. And that's why I loved that we're meaning makers, because that's not finders.
So if Matt's critique is there is no cosmic meaning, there is no intrinsic cosmic meaning, I agree. But if the critique is therefore meaning is nonsense, or therefore meaning building or meaning seeking is nonsense, then that's a leap that I don't follow.
And it's also something I explicitly rejected. I don't have the timestamp, but I'm pretty sure that in there and on multiple other occasions, my statement has been that I don't see any reason to believe there's intrinsic meaning in the world, but that doesn't mean that there is no meaning in the world. My life has the meaning and purpose. Matter of fact, I know I just said just a minute ago, my life has the meaning and purpose that I attribute to it. It's not something that is found. It is something that I created.
Secular spirituality does not have to claim that meaning comes from God or the universe or the soul or a supernatural realm. It can say something much more modest and much more evidence-based, that humans need meaning structures, that humans suffer when those meaning structures collapse, that humans can rebuild meaning without lying to themselves, and some practices, some communities, some rituals, some philosophies, and some forms of inner work help people do that better than others. That's not nonsense. That
I didn't say it was.
The work of being human after certainty dies.
The only part of it that I have problem with as nonsense is identifying it as spirituality. I have no problem with psychology. I think when we start taking science and couching it in the terms used for woo, like earlier, she'd mentioned, it's not vibes or emotions, and yet she seems to be describing emotions and counting that as spirituality. I'm pretty sure she said that. I jotted down, spirituality is not vibes or emotions. And yet we seem to be talking about emotions and then claiming it's spirituality. I have emotions. I don't see them as spiritual. I have meaning and purpose. I don't see that as spiritual. I don't see the justification. It doesn't match up with any of the kind of standard usages. And I think it offers cover to them. It's like saying, oh, I've got a left foot and that's spiritual. I mean, that's patently absurd, but I don't know how much more absurd it is or how good of an idea it is to take robust psychological constructs that we know and understand and talk about from a scientific basis and inject terms that are most commonly, most frequently, predominantly, and originally from non-scientific, pseudoscientific, supernatural spirituality. I think that the reason people are doing that, personally, is, as I mentioned in the video, is because they're missing something from that former community. That among the things that are doing harm to them, that religion has damaged their psychological constructs, including perhaps what their meaning and purpose is. And so they are afraid that if they give up the religion, they have to give up meaning and purpose. And because it reminds me of the people who try to do the, I'm not an atheist, I'm an agnostic. Or, I'm not an atheist, I don't believe in God, but I believe in a higher power. And the higher power is this vague, nondescript way station between realizing the reality of beliefs and the reality of whether or not you have warrant to believe in a God, and whether or not it's okay. Merely giving people permission to not sit there and go, ooh, I think there's a higher power, but I don't know anything about it. I don't know, I don't want to speak for Britt, I don't know her, but I would expect Britt and other people to acknowledge that someone saying, ooh, I believe in a higher power, but I don't know anything about it, is patently absurd. You cannot actually believe in something with no concept of what it is. I mean, that's just not the way beliefs work. Beliefs are propositions, concepts that are accepted either for good or bad reasoning. But that's it. That's just the state of accepting a belief. But it seems that everything Britt's advocating for, I accept. It's just that at the beginning, I thought she said that spirituality wasn't vibes or emotions, and all we're talking about is like emotions and our psychological health. Still wondering where let's keep going.
And after religious frameworks fail, and that is also a place where when we talk about the meaning crisis, that it seems that humans are needing some help with, that it's not something that they always just know intuitively how to do.
Yep.
Now, Matt will say here that this is just psychology and not spirituality, but just give me a chance here to lay all this out. Just hold on to that thought, I beg you. So under the umbrella term of spirituality is not just developing meaning, but also connection. And yes, we have data on human ability to feel subjectively a feeling of connectedness to something outside of yourself that has real impact on human experience and real impact on behavior. If someone invites you to an experience that evokes awe, it is not just hyperbole. Matt says in this video that this word transcendence is just a hyperbole for neat. But awe is a real area of psychological research. Researchers usually define awe as an emotion we experience when we encounter something vast that challenges our current mental frames. That can be.
Yes. I'm going to listen to the entire video. I'm not going to cut out any of it. I'm not going to speed it up. I'm going to listen to the entire video. I'm interested to hear more about this connection to something outside of yourself, because I don't feel that. I don't feel that need, but I'm well aware and agree that there are people who describe a connection to something beyond themselves. And yet while I'm fine with the notion that they are experiencing something that their best description of is a connection to something outside themselves, I see no evidence that they are in fact making a connection to something outside themselves. And that's the part that matters. Because if there's no reason to think they're actually making a connection to something outside themselves, then their perception that they are connecting to something outside themselves is a delusion. It may be a helpful delusion. It may be comforting. And it's certainly I'm going to say it in a weird way, a real delusion, in that they may almost certainly be experiencing this as they describe it. But that doesn't mean that their understanding of that experience points to something true. We're still just talking about psychology.
Be physical vastness, like looking out at the night sky. It can be conceptual vastness, like when you're trying to study deep time or evolution. It can be moral vastness, like watching someone do something courageous or compassionate. It can be aesthetic vastness, like music and art and architecture. And the important thing is that awe does something to the self. A major 2015 study shows that awe tends to create what researchers call the small self. That doesn't mean self-hatred. It just means that the illusion of the self or the ego in the brain or the default mode network becomes less central. People feel less like the main character of the universe and more part of a larger whole.
Yep.
And we have this across several studies that awe is associated with pro-social behavior, more generosity, more ethical decision making, and a greater willingness to help others.
I don't know about that, but I'll accept her
word. Look at the
word.
brains of Buddhist meditators and see that they're less neurotic, they're less self-obsessed, they're more happy, more generous than other brains. We have a study where you're doing some kind of worksheet, but you're guided into a feeling of awe while looking at some beautiful landscape, and the instructor will drop their pencils, and people are more likely to help you pick it up than if you were doing the same worksheet just staring at a concrete wall. We have studies that show that if you that you will draw yourself bigger on a piece of paper if you don't experience awe than if you do. You'll literally draw a picture of yourself smaller after you spend some time looking at the night sky. It changes how you interact with the world. You're more likely to let go of grudges. We even have some evolutionary reasons for this, where it helps the bonds of a tribe.
I have no objection to, and I'm fine with all of that. That's psychology. That our internal perception of self, an illusion that our brains create, is altered by things we think, feel, and experience, and our understanding of those, and the meaning we make, and the awe, which I would say, this is consistent with what Britt was defining. Awe is basically your brain is overwhelmed. We look around the world day to day, and we use inference and induction. Today is pretty much the same as yesterday. When I look over there, I don't have to focus to the right there and look at, oh, what is that thing? What is that thing? What is that thing? These are things I already know. I'm familiar with. There's no stress. There's no, here's a Christmas hat that I crocheted many years ago and had to teach my mom and my grandma about it because while they both crocheted, they didn't know the front post crochet stuff. I don't have to think of it. It's just sitting over there. If I'd never seen sparkly yarn fabricated like that, that would be overwhelming for my brain and I would have a sense of awe. But all of that is essentially relative and psychology. This is where I talked about transcendence, because the definition, I don't know if she's going to get to this, maybe we should let her. Transcendence being something that is beyond the ordinary. At one point, that hat was beyond the ordinary to me and anybody who saw it, and now it's just ordinary. But yeah, this is psychology. Cool.
Tribe to have these moments that allow us to break out of our usual self-obsessed, resentful way of thinking, resentful way of interacting with each other. There's also research showing that awe can change your relationship to time. A 2012 study showed that people who experienced awe felt like they had more available time. They were less impatient. They were more willing to volunteer their time. They preferred experiences over material products.
Sorry to nitpick. I don't think it's changing it's changing their perception of time. I'll leave it.
They had greater life satisfaction. And again, none of this requires supernaturalism. We also have brain research here that in 2019, an fMRI study found that awe-inducing videos reduced activity in parts of the default mode network that is associated with our self-referential thinking and our mind wandering and the narrative self. So I wouldn't say that like awe turns off the ego in some sloppy guru way, but I can say that there's neuroscience suggesting that awe may reduce certain forms of self-focused processing, which lines up with the behavioral research that people feel smaller, feel more connected, feel less trapped in their usual, self-talk loops.
Yep.
And so awe is not just, wow, that's neat. Awe moves people from me to we. This is why religions have always used awe.
Awe isn't just, wow, that's neat. It's what moves me to we. I don't know. If I said awe was just, wow, that's neat, that might have been glib. Because what I've repeatedly pointed out is I experience awe and wonder and love awe and wonder. It's what drives inspiration. It's like, sorry if, oh, that's neat, but oh, that's neat. Let me go look at that. Let me learn about that. And yet I still don't know what the justification is for calling the fundamentals of our psychologically constructed identity I don't know what the justification for calling it spiritual. I'm not disagreeing with any of I think all those things are good. I've talked about some of those a number of times. Some of them I wasn't familiar with. I'm not going to pretend like I knew everything she had said, but.
And cathedrals and chanting and incense and stained glass and pilgrimage and mountains and silence and music. All of this works because humans are awe-responsive animals.
Yep.
Religion didn't invent awe, it just organized it. Awe
I agree.
is an emotional state with measurable effects. And if I say just go experience beauty, people hear self-care. If I say go outside, people hear wellness. If I say look at the stars, people hear just like, oh, what a nice experience. But if I say you need contact with awe because your ticker tape of self-obsessed neuroticism is suffocating you, now we're actually getting closer to what humans have traditionally meant by.
I'm gonna back up for a second because I don't know that I agree with. I think I have problems with several things there. So let's see.
As an emotional state with measurable effects. And if I say just go experience beauty, people hear self-care. If I say,
I don't know if you said to me, go experience beauty, that I would hear self-care. I might. I think I get what Britt's saying here, but I might take it that way. I mean, it just depends on context. If we're chatting, it's like, oh, hey, what do I need to do? Go experience some beauty. I don't know that I would necessarily process that as self-care, but I get what you mean. But let me keep going.
Go outside, people hear wellness. If I say look at the stars, people hear just like, oh, what a nice experience. But if I say you need contact with awe because your ticker tape of self-obsessed neuroticism is suffocating you, now we're actually getting closer to what humans have traditionally meant by having a spiritual experience.
So a spiritual experience is somebody telling you what you need? You need to go do this because you're too neurotic in this. I don't understand what qualifications Britt or anybody I know would be outside of a clinical therapy session to tell somebody else what they need. You need to go do this because your neuroticism is clogging up your. So first of all, we've moved from kind of simple things to where we're approaching language that I find to be far closer to woo, and speaking from authority of, here's what you need to do. And that's part of the thing that I find potentially dangerous about, the various spiritual directors, coaches, whatever, is I don't know how to tell the difference between somebody who's just trying to help and give their best advice and somebody who's speaking as an authority, telling you what you need and what their justification is for saying that's what you need.
And we can talk about the science of ritual too. I'll be more brief here as I think you're getting my point. Rituals are not evidence that the supernatural is real. Rituals are evidence that humans are embodied, social, symbolic animals. Rituals scientifically help us mark values, process emotions, process grief, increase pleasure, and decrease pain. The example that I always give is two groups of people. They're both promised that both groups are promised that one person is going to win $300. One person actually does, and they walk out. And then one group of people does nothing, and they stew over it the rest of the day, and they're stuck in their emotions about it, and they're upset about it the rest of the day that they didn't get the $300. The other group does a made-up ritual, just completely made up. They write about it, they put some salt on it, they crumple it up, they throw it over their left shoulder, and when asked about it later, they've completely forgotten the experience, like they've processed it out of their bodies. So even when rituals are made up, they help us process emotions out of our body, and we have
Agreed. The placebo effect is real. We are prey to deception and sometimes self-deception. But would you advocate if someone's struggling for them to salt a piece of paper, wad it up, spit on it, spin 3 times and throw it in the trash? Don't get me wrong. I have no doubt that you could construct a ritual like that might be effective for somebody because it's a mix of operant conditioning and other things where you're basically training someone. Here's how you do this. The problem is, the problems are, if the ritual that you're giving them falsely props up other more harmful rituals, that's where I have an issue. If you tell them, get yourself a voodoo doll And every time you are stressed out about the person and that's troubling you, go through this ritual, sit down, sit there, take your voodoo doll and stick pins in the metaphoric parts of that voodoo doll, or the parts of that voodoo doll that metaphorically match up to where the aching is on your body. I added a bunch of stuff. I have no idea if Britt goes anywhere near this. I'm being hyperbolic to make the point. If you were to advocate for that, you would be propping up voodoo and lending credence to voodoo. And if you also called it voodoo, but if you called it non-magical voodoo, I think you're still propping up voodoo. And you've constructed a ritual that looks like voodoo when some other ritual might well have worked. And the reasoning seems to be, well, these people came from a voodoo background, so we've got to use the language they've got. And I'm fine for baby steps and transitions and everything else. But it seems like non-religious spirituality is creating a safe bubble with no motivation to move beyond the language and the thought processes that are, in fact, magical thinking. Because magical thinking, even though it's not actually magical, thinking in a magical sense, is what we're describing when we talk about things like awe and meaning and ritual impacting us. Once you give power to the item, to the ritual, that's what helps you change your behavior. So why not go with one that's not co-opted and more used by the very groups that are standing in opposition to who you are and reality. Anyway.
Neuroscience suggesting that rituals can affect the way that we respond even to failure. We have a 2015 study showing that colleagues found that ritualized behavior reduces the neural response to moral failure. So when I mean ritual, I don't mean things that you do in order to get into heaven. I mean lighting a candle before writing can tell your body, okay, now we're beginning this activity. Or a funeral can tell your body, this person is gone, but this is how we grieve together. A graduation can tell a young person you're crossing a threshold. A weekly family dinner can tell children this is who we are. A morning walk can tell your nervous system, I'm still participating in the world. These are rituals. And one of the strongest areas of research is ritual and social bonding. A lot of religious rituals involve people moving and chanting, singing, kneeling, standing, clapping, and breathing together. And there's research showing that our brains like this. And there's research showing that this synchronous movement increases cooperation and social attachment. You yourself, Matt, found yourself singing together with people, and that's not proof that the words are doctrine just because you had a feeling, but you did have a feeling with this ritual.
This feels like a whole bunch of straw men. There's nothing here that I'm objecting to, nothing here that's about spirituality or the definition. It's all psychology. And none of it is anything I've objected to. It's wild.
That you had on Sundays. Now, again, you may just call this psychology, but hold on.
Wow.
Just hold on. Let me cook.
Hold on. Okay.
Next in your definition, you also include inner work and the connection to the self. Now, I agree with you here that there's no evidence of a soul. You speak of this as just personality. Fine. But there's a whole universe within you of things to explore and better and worse ways to do that. There are tools that help with meeting the part of you that you're most ashamed of. That's called shadow work. For example, it helped me improve my relationship with myself and reduce shame when I did shadow work around my postpartum rage with the violent, intrusive thoughts that I was ashamed of that showed up when I was the mother of young children. We have tools to help you determine your core values, your motivations. If you come from religion, especially if you're a woman and a queer person, you may not know anything about who you are. You may need some help with things like determining what your core values are or what motivates you or what kind of personality that you have. You have existential fears. As you know from terror management theory, so much of what we do is driven by our deep unconscious fear of death. But we have other existential fears too that drive us. Existential loneliness, moral injury, fear of freedom, fear of meaninglessness. And there are better and worse tools to explore these inner spaces.
I know 2 times now she's saying, you may call this all psychology, but just wait. But we just keep coming back to psychology. And the reality is that there are scientifically validated forms of psychotherapies. This is essentially kind of what the Psychotherapy Project is all about. things like cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy, acceptance commitment therapy, mindfulness, interpersonal therapy, minimalization-based therapy, all kinds of things like that. And they are evidence-based. They are demonstrably effective. But I'm not sure yet, but it feels like we're getting close to coaching, spirit coaching, life coaching, and there is no scientific support for coaching. And I would caution people to be wary of any kind of life coach, because the documentation shows that a good portion of them have no training relevant to the issue. And coaching's kind of often done by somebody who, for whatever reason, not even necessarily through a fault of their own, couldn't qualify as a therapist and didn't want to go through the training. It's a shortcut thing. Also, a lot of people who are coaches are someone who went through a particularly difficult time, struggled with things, found their way out of something, and then want to, and I love that they want to, help others. That's what I've done. That's what lots of people have done. But it doesn't mean you're qualified to act as a coach, and certainly not to speak as an authority. I get really good advice from a couple of friends and family members who have no expertise in anything. I have no credentials in anything. But I don't ever say, hey, here's what you need to do. You need to do this because I don't even think in those terms. And, I'm glad I don't, and that doesn't mean that Britt or anybody's wrong, or that there's a con going on here, because, if you're helping people, you're helping people. But if you're helping people with flawed tools that are propped up by pseudoscience and woo and the language surrounding that, that can be an issue. But let's see if we move beyond psychology.
Even if you don't believe in free will, which I don't, I think there's value in the journey of exploring more and more of the inputs of the system that create the outputs of the behavior that
Agreed.
I do in my life. Now, my guess here is that you don't have a lot of objection to the science that I'm bringing up, but
Correct.
You would just call this philosophy, psychology, sociology, etc.
Yep.
And let me go then to your objection to why I would use any of that under the umbrella term of spirituality when I'm doing this from a completely secular point of view. So one reason is that when you put all of this together, the meaning, the purpose, the rituals, the exploration of connecting outside of you and also connecting inside of you, when you put all of that together, we don't have a secular word that means everything under this umbrella.
Psychology, meaning, purpose, all of these things are features of our psychology.
Meaning, purpose, awe, states of transcendence that we can see in the brain and in human behavior, cultivating wisdom because it's hard to be a human, ritual, rites of passage that are good for the brain, connection, the ways that you feel connected to something bigger than yourself, even if it's just nature or the human story. We have the whole world of inner work and meditation, existential fears, motivations, thought work, learning about different aspects of the human psyche and how they show up with you, working with aspects of yourself towards growth and development. We have science behind all of these things. These are things that are good for you.
I did. I accidentally
they have
back.
With them. Whatever, that's on us. So for me, using the term spirituality would help people like Ayan if she wished to put a value in that space. And this is why I think we failed Ayan Hirsi Ali.
Maybe not.
If we give religion exclusive ownership, as an atheist.
All right, here we go. I wasn't wrong. I didn't hop back in time.
To something bigger than yourself. Even if it's just
I want to make
nature
sure I get her right at the
story,
spot where she was describing
and also connecting inside of you. When you put all of that together,
there we go.
We don't have a secular word that means everything under this umbrella. Meaning, purpose, awe, states of transcendence that we can see in the brain.
That transition cut that she did, I thought that was me clicking on the wrong thing on time. So apologize. We're back on the page. We don't have a word. I think all of that counts as psychology. If you want a nice package word for it, make up a new one. Don't steal one or borrow one from a bunch of pseudoscientific woo, from a bunch of supernatural, spiritual nonsense.
brain and in human behavior, cultivating wisdom because it's hard to be a human, ritual, rites of passage that are good for the brain, connection, the ways that you feel connected to something bigger than yourself. Even if it's just nature or the human story, we have the whole world of inner work and meditation, existential fears, motivations, thought work, learning about different aspects of the human psyche and how they show up with you, working with aspects of yourself towards growth and development. We have science behind all of these things. These are things that are good for you. These are the markers of human thriving and human well-being and human development. And we don't have a word that means everything that we did under the umbrella of spirituality. The meaning, purpose, ritual, community, narratives, heroes, inner work, awe, etc. We don't have a word that means all of that for secularism.
Not my problem.
We can kind of get there with well-being, but again, that's just going to be another vague term. So like you're just replacing one vague term with another. So we can.
The difference is, even if you went with well-being, you're not using a term that has all of the baggage of spirituality. Well-being, while generic and ill-defined, and, you know, Sam Harris and I both used it with regard to morality. As a matter of fact, he used it and I adopted it because I had already given a talk on the same thing using a different word. So I just went with his word, well-being. But it's a good enough thing. It doesn't have to be completely understood for us to be able to discuss it intelligibly. And it's something we're still learning about. But at least we can declare that what we're talking about by well-being is in fact real. If there are unreal aspects of well-being, those need to be expunged. And if, you know, why don't you use the word astrology for this package? Why don't you use the word tea leaf reading for this word? Why don't you use it's because there's already a common word, spirituality, that a lot of people fundamentally view as something other than its origin, its traditional use. I don't want to write off the supernatural, so maybe it's supernatural when I feel this connectedness to the universe. The fact that you feel a connectedness in the universe doesn't mean you have any actual connectedness to the universe. And if we prop up the notion that you do have a connection to the universe, in literally or metaphorically or indirectly, I guess, by using the same spiritual term, then you've done a disservice to people. Because you haven't helped them understand why they experience this and why it's of value to them. You have labeled it in a way that allows them to further distance themselves down a path of, oh, I'm not religious, I'm spiritual, as if they've said anything or pointed anything, which is, I mean, this is overused, but all right.
You can talk about the science of well-being, but I don't think it goes far enough into the tools, all the tools that we have under the umbrella of this term spirituality. So
if you have tools that aren't under the umbrella of psychology, that aren't under the umbrella of scientifically validated tools, I would argue you don't have tools. I would argue you think you have tools, just like I don't think you have a connection to the universe, but you might think you do.
So my first rebuttal is we don't have secular language for this space that means everything that has been under the term spirituality.
Too bad. Get a new word. It sucks. But why? I can adopt this one. I can try and change them. I can try to reform. This is, you know, the reformer argument is over. This is why the gay-friendly churches are being successful in their tiny little community and absolutely have no success. They're not going to change. They can't change what the Bible says. If a man lies with a man, he lies with a woman, they've committed an abomination or deserving of death. All they can do is try to argue around it to say, oh, that actually meant this thing and not just gay sex, or it meant this, or it was overruled by this or whatever. And now you get into doctrinal theological debates. You haven't done anything good. I get why they do it. It's because they still believe in some version of the Christian God. But secularists don't believe, or at least Britt and I don't, in any version of a human soul, of any version of a human spirit beyond, like the metaphoric usage. But I don't even like using that because it lends credence to it, but I'm not going to object. But certainly in teaching people, if we're using the language of the religious, we're bolstering that because that's the more prominent use.
Even Sam Harris, who is an atheist, who is not exactly
And a Zionist and a transphobe.
known for being soft on religion, who has, I think, debated with you, like on your team, uses the word spirituality for this reason.
Yes, and I object to Sam doing it as well, and told him so. I don't get to decide what language you use, but I am stating my opinion about how I think this is problematic and a big equivocation fallacy. That it seems to be a shortcut. I'd like to help the people who are finding their way out of religion, so I'm going to use the language that they use. And I have plenty of friends, including one I'll talk about later, who have no objection to that at all. I do, for strategic reasons, and because I care about truth and accuracy. I don't see why you couldn't give them tools that aren't covered in this shit of the language of supernatural or spirituality.
Says there isn't another good word for the domain of disciplined practices and experiences that transforms human experience and connects that transformation to ethics. So he tried for hours to use a different word and found that there wasn't a good one. Would you?
So if Sam failed to come up with a good word, we'll just go with that one. I didn't know he's not my litmus test for anything.
You really call Sam Harris a scam artist or not an atheist because he uses that word for all?
No, I wouldn't call him a scam artist or not an atheist. And I didn't call anybody a scam artist or an atheist. I said that I don't know how to tell the difference between who's doing this sincerely and who's doing this potentially as a scam. And I didn't make any accusation at all about anybody not being an atheist or anything. I didn't say anybody's version of spirituality is necessarily tied to the supernatural or it makes them not an atheist. I don't understand how this is in any way a rebuttal to anything I said. But citing Sam's not going to get you very far.
All the things that I was just talking about. Sam Harris has probably brought more people to secularism than anyone else. Does he?
That's irrelevant. But fallacious appeal to popularity.
Not deserve to be on the team because he also couldn't find a better word?
No, I knew Sam couldn't find a better word. I didn't say anything about it publicly or try to necessarily get anybody kicked off a team. As a matter of fact, I'm not trying to get anybody kicked off of a team. This is another false accusation. I don't get to decide who's an atheist or not. I don't get to decide who's a skeptic or not. But I can make my case and make my objections. And I find that taking psychology and dipping it into the crap of the spiritual supernatural language, which is the more prominent use, devalues the psychology and the individual and truth and a path to getting better. I think it's more likely to stall, and you're offering cover. Anyway, I've said that about 5 times now.
Many atheists you admire, for example, Carl Sagan, use the word spirituality. And
I rejected Carl's usage of it as well. I have the same objections. And at no point did I suggest that Carl shouldn't be included in the community.
He said, and I quote, "Science is not only compatible with spirituality, it's a profound source of spirituality." And Carl Sagan goes on to say, despite usage to the contrary, there is no necessary implication in the word spiritual that we are talking about anything other than matter or anything outside the realm of science.
Yeah, except there is. And that is about normative usage. There are a number, I went through a bunch of dictionary definitions. Yours isn't included until you say, it's about meaning and ignore the rest of that particular thing. And that means that any thought about meaning is necessarily spiritual. But you also said it wasn't about emotion and all the things you're talking about emotion. But now spirituality is the label that you want to use for this package of things, which I have no problem with, maybe none of them, but I have no problem with at least the majority of them. And your justification is we couldn't think of a better word. Think harder.
Carl Sagan's daughter wrote a wonderful book as a secular person, raised secular on the
Why
science
are we
of
citing
ritual
all of
and its
these
value for
people
secular
instead of
families
facts
in building
and data?
family culture, so that Gen Z is getting all the benefits of order and structure and identity and ritual and belonging and all of that for families. So I'm not inventing new usage for this term.
I didn't
Many
say,
atheists,
wow. I never mentioned Britt, and I didn't suggest that she invented a new usage for the term. I've been complaining about the fact that the religious use of spirituality is completely ill-defined and useless, a thing that Britt seemed to agree with, for probably 20 years or more. I've been complaining about a non-religious attempts to use the spiritual label to describe aspects of our human character, personality, psychology. I've been complaining about that for probably almost 20 years. Maybe not. Maybe it's closer to 18 years that I've been doing this. None of this is, ooh, Britt's come in and invented something. I don't know where she got that.
begrudgingly, myself included, find that there's not a secular word that means everything that we want it to mean. So that's my first rebuttal. My second argument is that not including spirituality in the secularism space does secularism a disservice.
No, it doesn't. Because I'm not saying we shouldn't include spirituality in the secular space in the sense that you're talking about. All of those things, our psychology, our meaning, our ritual, all of those things, I'm fine with all of them. I'm talking about whether or not using the label is a good thing or accurate. It does not tie to the origins. It does not tie to the most common usage. And nobody's trying to exclude anybody. I don't know where does this come from? Where's this notion that we're trying to exclude someone? We're not the ones that do that.
If we give religion exclusive ownership over words like spiritual, sacred, ritual, transcendence, awe,
I was going to note this down, but I can't type fast enough. My fingers aren't working well today. Nobody's suggesting we give religion complete ownership of, well, anything, but let's go through the list.
That's my first rebuttal. My second argument is that not including spirituality in the secularism space does secularism a disservice. If we give religion exclusive ownership over words like spiritual,
I'm not giving them ownership over spiritual. They have the predominant use. They have the origin. It is, saying I got a stomach ache and calling it spiritual is silly.
Sacred, ritual.
I will give them ownership of sacred in the sense, in the traditional sense as well. As I noted in the video, we can treat something as if it's sacred because sacred is a concept that is pretty clearly understood. This thing is to be revered and respected. That's a pretty cogent, intelligible definition of sacred. And in that sense, I don't leave it to religion. There are plenty of things. The closest I could say is that probably truth and freedom are probably the things that I value as most sacred, or most close to sacred. So, yeah.
Ritual, transcendence.
I don't give them ritual. I have no problem with ritual.
Awe, meditation.
I give them ritual, awe, meditation. In no way would I suggest are necessarily the realm of religion. Most of all, awe, transcendence being something beyond the ordinary is entirely relative. What's transcendent for me might be banal for you and vice versa. That is a descriptive thing that isn't tied to specific aspects of religion or the supernatural. I don't think there's any tie of awe to the supernatural, even historically. I mean, there has been for the description, God is inspiring me or whatever else, but I'm not. Yeah.
Confession, pilgrimage, moral formation.
Pilgrimage, moral, wow.
And religion wins a territory that it never should have owned.
I agree that religion shouldn't own and should never have owned aspects about our psychology that they've co-opted. I mean, we're social animals, and religions have co-opted that. I mean, I'd say religions, people on behalf of religions, have co-opted our need for social interactions as a social species. I will never give them that, and not like I have any say over who gets what or whatever else. But spiritual. There is no spirit that I can tell. There is no soul that I can tell. There is nothing supernatural that I can tell. And that's where the term comes from. That's its predominant use. And while we are gradually probably shifting it away from organized religion, that doesn't mean you're shifting it away from pseudoscience and woo. And it doesn't mean you're shifting it away from a top-down authority view of, what you need to do is this.
And this is where Alain de Botton's work is useful in Religion for Atheists. He says we shouldn't just mock religion, we should be stealing from it. We should be taking away its monopoly over this aspect of our lives, because religions are packed with ideas about how humans might live in arranged society. Mm-hmm. And so his own description of the book says that rather than mocking religions, atheists should steal from them while rejecting the supernatural.
That's a false dichotomy, because I can mock them and steal from them.
Natural claims. Again, another self-proclaimed atheist who will steal back these words in order that religion not have a monopoly on them.
I think it's delusional to think that you're going to steal back the word spirituality. I think it's a delusion born of great intent and potentially a good idea. And it falls into the camp of, let's reform. Like, instead of reforming a religion, let's reform spirituality so that it's not just tied to that. Except that, first of all, I think it's potentially too late. But also, I think that, as I mentioned, once you prop this up in those terms, instead of leading people towards truth, you're leading people just as likely, in many cases, towards alternate falsehoods. By giving them I think you should talk with people who are deconstructing, who are potentially transitioning. I think you should talk to them in terms that they're comfortable enough, just enough to keep them comfortable, but you also have a duty to make them slightly uncomfortable in that median space so that they can move towards a stronger grip on reality, more confidence and psychological understanding of themselves and their place in the world. But, what do I know? Probably nothing.
This is another quote from him. The challenge facing atheists is how to reverse the process of religious colonization, how to separate ideas and rituals from the religious institutions who have laid claim to them but don't truly own them. That's his quote. This is a religious inquisition in reverse. Religion steals things from wherever and integrates them into the religion. Part of the secular project that you and I are both committed to is committing to reversing that process. And that means we shouldn't allow religion to have the only language for these kinds of human experiences.
The origin isn't necessary. So now we're going to kinds of experiences. The reality is that the origin in religions for spirituality related to the spirit and the soul, related to the sacred and the divine, related to transcendent, and not just in a, wow, that's unusual and ordinary or beyond the ordinary. My view is that using that label gives them credibility they do not deserve and provides people with comfort that they should not, where they're being encouraged to stall in, I'm kind of moving towards the truth, even though I'm not moving land. I hope that might not make sense. We'll get there.
That we have solid science shows changes our behavior and changes our brains. Otherwise, we give religion what it wants, a monopoly on anything that is of value in that space.
I'm fine giving religion a monopoly on gods, the supernatural, all those things that aren't demonstrably real. I'm fine with giving religions, a monopoly over ill-defined terms that are vague and fuzzy, and everybody kind of feels like maybe they might know what each other's talking about. I seek clarity. The term spirituality is perhaps one of the least clear terms that people might view as clear. It's not, like I said at the beginning of my video, it's not utter gibberish like Fergelbergel, Manergelbergel. It is not conveying an intelligible concept. And so what Britt's doing is saying, yeah, but there's this and this and this, these intelligible concepts, and I'm going to use this label as an umbrella for them. So why would you take concepts that do convey something intelligible and that are supported by science and evidence, and we do have an understanding of from a psychological perspective, and put it under an umbrella of a term that is virtually useless? It seems like that lends credence to the other uses of the term because it's unnecessary to call that spirituality. We don't have a term for it. I would say that psychology, maybe some sort of mix of psychology, sociology, but it's like, if I don't have a term for glasses, that doesn't mean I should say, well, you know what? I heard once that eating carrots makes you see better. My glasses make you see better. That's kind of the same thing. I think I'll refer to my glasses as carrots from now on, or maybe just put it in the overall category of vegetable.
And this is why I think we failed Ayaan Hirsi Ali. Ayaan Hirsi Ali, as you know, was the golden child of atheism. She's the fifth member of the new atheist movement Apocalypse. She was supposed to be there with the other four atheists in their conversation that they recorded. An ardent ex-Muslim, a great golden child of atheism, to great cost to her security. But she hid in existential depression. She didn't have Jesus meet her in a vision and then just became Christian. She didn't have enough in secularism to hold on to. She started to get nihilistic. She started to get some depression, and she found herself walking into a Christian church.
I don't think so. First of all, I don't necessarily, I'm not familiar with this version of the story. I have a different version of the story. I had problems with Ayaan from fairly early on, but it's no denying that she was a darling of the atheist movement for a little while. However, I don't know that we failed her. Certainly, we're still in the process of building better communities and building better landing spots. It's one of the reasons I work with a number of different organizations and encourage smaller organizations to start up so that when people find their way out, when they're struggling with deconstruction and things like that, they have a community they can go to. It's one of the reasons why I work with, and we are raising money this weekend for recoveringfromreligion.org. That's all, we have limited resources. We're not in a tax-free state that churches have a massive advantage. And so to say that we failed because we didn't have that massive advantage, as we are systematically being, sidelined and attacked by our own government, at least here in the United States, is strange, especially when you consider that Ayaan Hirsi Ali was always right-leaning, and her husband, I believe, was a theist, and that they were part of a right-wing think tank to promote a right-wing agenda. My apologies if I'm getting this wrong, because it's been several years since I've looked into Ayaan at all. Because the reports that I was getting from people in the know, who may have been wrong, and my memory may have failed, is that her conversion not back to Christianity, but to Christianity, was a strategic one, that she did not feel that atheism had the ability to fight Islam, but Christianity did. That has nothing to do with whether or not Christianity is true. It has nothing to do with whether she was suffering depression or the atheist community failed her. It's entirely a strategic decision of, I want to take out Islam, and the secular community can't do it. So I'm now going to associate myself with this community. I didn't see anything from her in any statement that demonstrated she had become convinced of the truth of a risen Christ as her savior. That may have changed since then, because I haven't looked into this in years. But I reject the assertion that the secular community failed her. What failed her were her expectations and her goals. They have caused her to jump from one religion to no religion to a different religion, all because she's trying to oppose the first religion, which is an incredibly worthy goal. And it's basically, it seems like she identified that atheism is fighting a war on multiple fronts. And if she just picks one of the fronts, the one that's most conveniently or possibly most likely to succeed at opposing her previous front, that's a better option for her. And strategically, it may well be right. I'm thinking strategically about a very difficult war on many fronts, and I'm doing it from the standpoint of a skeptic and a humanist. I'm an atheist probably third, and a skeptic and a humanist first. And what I don't see a lot of is justification for the label that addresses the baggage you're bringing along with it and the impact that it has. Instead, it's a lot of equivocations. Oh, it includes meaning. Yeah, but the meaning you're looking for isn't necessarily something you find, it's something you make. So making meaning, creating meaning, is not the same as finding meaning and purpose out there in the world, which we both reject, but I'm going on forever. Sorry.
And while she's free to do so, and I would fight for her right to do so, in order to do that, she had to split her psyche in half. She openly says, I keep my science brain over here and my Christian spirituality over here. She had to cut herself in half to get tools.
I'm probably going to mostly just stay out of this claim and let it slide because we know, I hope nobody's silly enough to think that Britt means literally in half. But this sort of compartmentalization is more about human psychology. And so if she's saying, oh, I had to do this with this part of the brain, this with this part of the brain, she's literally just describing intentional self-deception.
Tools for life that she wasn't finding in secularism, but she found in another Abrahamic religion. Now, you may disagree with her or debate her, but in some real sense, we in secularism, we failed her. We fail all those who feel like secularism is not enough to give them tools for life and tools for existential.
No, we don't. Secularism is not and cannot be enough to give someone tools for life. The atheism is the rejection of the claim that a God exists. It tells you nothing about tools for life. The closest we get is with things like secular humanism, the secular humanist manifestos, guidance like those, and foundational principles upon which we can sometimes agree. But the fact that someone is secular tells you nothing. There's not a secular set of tools. And if you're saying there needs to be a secular set of tools, I'm fine with secular humanism, but this is very much who watches the watchers? Who decides what secular values are and what secular tools are for dealing with whatever somebody's trauma is? I would argue that is the realm of counseling, therapy, of trained, scientifically credentialed and vetted psychologists, psychotherapists, actively engaged. That's not the purpose of secularism. You can't say we failed someone. That's this argument that we failed because we didn't provide her what she needed for her psychological and emotional trauma is fundamentally identical to. Wow, I just lost it. Here we are live. I just lost it. It's the notion of, well, maybe I'll find it when I get back. Sorry, screwed up.
Concerns. And people will go back to religion when they feel like there's not enough tools here and not enough openness to the full human.
It's like faulting evolution for not explaining the origin of life. If you come in to study evolution expecting to learn the origin of life, that's a different field. That's abiogenesis. If you come into secularism expecting a set of tools and treatments to help you with your trauma, that's not secularism. That's counseling. That's psychology. And it's the reason why we have things like the Secular Therapy Project. The Secular Therapy Project is associated with the Recovering from Religion organization. Secular Therapy Project is a secular project that someone put together to provide science-based counseling. I'm sure we'll be getting to that in a little bit.
Experience, and that's on us. So for me, using the term spirituality would help people like Ayan if she wished to combat existential depression that she was facing.
No, it wouldn't. Ayan wasn't missing spirituality. Ayan was missing an attack dog to go after what she objected to. This was a strategic decision. If somebody has newer information, cool. But I don't think people in the secular realm using the term spirituality, I'd love to see any justification for how that would have made Ayan not go to Christianity. And as long as she's in right-wing think tanks, I'm happy for her to be in a different community. I got enough to fight from right-wing dipshits in the atheist community right now.
And rebuild after religion, rebuild whatever was positive for her psychologically that came from religion so that she wouldn't have had to do that. I don't think that that makes me a charlatan. I think it makes me a more effective bridge builder for people coming from religion.
Once again, didn't say you're a charlatan, said don't know how to tell if you are. Still don't.
Want them to take whatever baby they have with them, whatever experiences they hold as sacred, and just leave the bathwater and come over here. And by using the term spirituality, this is what I feel like I'm doing. I'm walking into a church with its priesthoods and tithing and sex scandals and abuse of women, and I'm saying, you've had a monopoly on some of this good stuff. I'm taking it back. I'm taking awe back. I'm taking ritual back. You don't own it. I'm taking confession back, but now it just means honesty and repair, not...
I'm taking confession back, but now it just means honesty and repair. It's starting to sound like you're trying to build a religion, a secular religion.
Sin management. I'm taking pilgrimage back, where we have intentional places to travel to in order to have an experience. We're taking sacredness back. We're taking moral formation back. We're taking community back. And we're taking contemplation back. And we're taking death practices back. And we're taking spirituality back. And saying that I'm a spiritual atheist is just a shortened way to say that. I'm taking all of that back. And anyone leaving that space that found value in any of that stuff.
Is it really a shortened way to say that when so far it's been 20 minutes to I'm not beating you up for the time at all. I'm just like, there's a number of times in the atheist community, for those of us who've been around a while, where there's been an attempt to rebrand the atheist community. For one of them was the Brights. And it didn't register with people right off the bat that implies the others are the dims. And so that didn't take off. There have been a number of secular churches. Unitarian Universalists have Unitarian Universalists have essentially been doing what Britt's doing, but also including actual religions as well for any of them that were more comfortable there. And so what you've got, how successful has the UU churches been at fundamentally impacting the organized religions? It's not a thing. And so it kind of feels like what Britt might be advocating for is something like a UU church that just doesn't include anything but the secular bits, except for all the language that it co-opted. And I'm like, if you're going to, we need new names for stuff.
Bring it over. We want it on our team. Just leave the bathwater. Another example of how I think this is the better approach is that 2/3 of atheists who do a hero's dose of psilocybin do not support as atheists after that. We have to talk about this. Like, no, they don't go back to Abrahamic religion. They never go back to the Abrahamic God, but they find themselves after a profound peak experience like that. Again, not one where they're just listening to something new, but
I've taken massive doses. I didn't have this experience. I'm not denying this at all. I understand people have this. I don't know where Britt's going to go with this. I hope that where she's going is these people experience something that needs to be addressed and explained, because there's a danger. Those people who've experienced that, they're now adopting. They don't associate with atheism anymore because they've experienced something awe-inducing, and they've been taught that the awe is associated with the spiritual, the supernatural, and the religious. I'd be willing to bet that she's probably going to say something akin to that and say, we don't need to leave that with the religious. And I would agree, but I don't need to keep the terms. She might not say anything like this. This is just what popped into my head. But we don't need to keep the terms. We can still say that spirit experience of awe you had that points you towards some sort of supernatural thing or whatever else. That awe is real. It's psychologically addressed. There are studies on it. It is, we can't say anything in the brain's fully understood, but we have a decent understanding of it. And there's no reason to tie it with anything supernatural. I get callers on the show frequently that are like, you just haven't done DMT, or you haven't done this, or you haven't done this drug or whatever, enough drug. As soon as you do, you'll get it. And I'm like, I don't know why you would trust a drug-altered brain to be more reliable and more pointing you to something more real or more accurate than a brain that's functioning correctly, when we know already by countless studies that the opposite is actually true. And if I were to say, oh, you had a spiritual experience, all that does at this moment, until there's a sea change, which may never happen, I don't think it's likely until religions have pretty much gone away anyway, all that does is set them further down the path of, oh yeah, what I experienced is amazing and real and seems to tie to spirituality, maybe even in the religious sense. But I don't know what Britt's going to say. Sorry.
It's something that really changed them, changed how they viewed the world and themselves, where the illusion of the self drops away and they feel at one with the universe, whether or not the universe cares about that. They don't find any space or language to talk about those kinds of experiences, which are real human experiences, in atheistic spaces. And because of that, they will no longer self-identify as an atheist because they feel atheism to be too limiting to what they just experienced. And that is a failure. That is a failure. Like, if you do mushrooms and can't call yourself an atheist because of it, because you have no language in that space to talk about it, or you're going to be mocked for it, then religion by necessity, by default, has a monopoly on these experiences.
Neither myself nor anybody I've interacted with is advocating for saying you can't be an atheist, do mushrooms, and have experiences that you don't understand. I'm literally an atheist who has done shrooms and LSD and other drugs and had experiences that I don't understand. That doesn't make them spiritual, and it doesn't mean that labeling them spiritual. Who are these people who are saying you can't be an atheist and do mushrooms? At half the events I go to, people are talking about their experiences on all kinds of substances. Where is this spate of atheist community people driving people back to religion because they had an experience they don't understand? I've taken calls like this, I'm going to bet hundreds of times over the last 20 years. And I would never, ever, ever say you're not an atheist or you don't belong in an atheist community. I wouldn't even say you're not a skeptic and you don't belong in a skeptical community. I'm going to say what I've said consistently, which is that I don't see a reason why you should consider a drug-altered brain or an oxygen-deprived brain to be more reliable than a brain. But whatever experience you had is something that needs to be investigated. And in many cases with drugs, we have investigated it. And there's a psychological component to this that is worth exploring. I don't get anything by calling it spiritual, except giving credibility. By not calling it spiritual, I'm saying some people out there are going to tell you this is spiritual, and they're going to try and tie it to the supernatural. You can use whatever language you're comfortable with, but you need to know that I don't see any reason to call it spiritual. I don't see any reason to view it as supernatural. Instead, this is psychology, and so we'll just stick there. Instead of trying to change against the tide the broader, or the narrower definition of spiritual to be more broad, why not just say, yeah, they're going to call it spiritual because they don't have a better word. They don't have any way to test it. Their proposition is untestable, unfalsifiable, not tied to science. It is woo start to finish as far as we can. And they've never demonstrated that what they're actually talking about is true. On the other hand, what you experienced, that sense of awe, is absolutely real an experience to you, but it doesn't mean that your understanding of it maps accurately to reality. And that's where therapy, counseling, and even just like group discussions, those kinds of things can be helpful as well. Who are these people who are saying you can't be an atheist and do mushrooms because they can't hang with me?
Then you feel like you have to go back to religion in order to make sense of that experience. And that does atheism a disservice. Claiming the word spiritual means that I'm combating religion's monopoly on human experience, including human experiences that
religion having the word spiritual is not in any way a monopoly on human experience. That's one of the most absurd things I've ever heard. And nobody that I need to be careful with absolutes. Neither myself nor the foundational principles of humanism or the bulk of the broader secular community has advocated for anything like that.
we have put under the umbrella of spirituality. That helps secularism because it says take your experiences, dust off the bullshit and the interpretation of those experiences and bring it on over here.
How's it different from putting it under the umbrella of astrology and trying to dust the bullshit off that?
Otherwise, we leave people at the mercy of religion because we have no room in atheism for their full human experience. Now, my third argument for why I use this word and not other words like well-being is that atheism has historically been very good at deconstruction and not very good at reconstruction. And that's by default, right? Atheism is just, I'm not convinced of a theistic God. I'm not.
Yeah. And also I wouldn't say that atheism or atheists are particularly good at deconstructing either. You say, oh, we're good at deconstructing, but not reconstructing. Britt's given the right definition here that it's just this. It's just the rejection of a God concept. So everything, including deconstruction and deconstruction processes, isn't atheism. It is maybe skepticism, humanism, and psychology. But atheism is one thing. But I get it. The broader atheist community, the broader secular community has been, and we haven't been particularly good at providing people landing places when they come out of religion, as I mentioned earlier, and it's part because churches have this privileged status and tax-free status that the rest of us have to fight for, and they have massive donors who are compelled or required to donate 10 or 20% of their income to their religion, including some people I greatly respect. There's a lot of Mormons who are active tithing Mormons who I agree with on massive amount of things, but I can't possibly support them because they're donating 10 or 20% of their income to an anti-LGBTQ organization. And I'm, if you're donating to the Catholic Church, as much as I like the new Pope, or at least what the new Pope said on a number of things, I don't like what he said on everything, you're still donating to a criminal organization that hides, so that I don't get demonetized, problematic priests by shuffling them around.
Not convinced of this. And I'm not insulting atheism. Like, I am an atheist. Atheism gave my intellectual honesty back. It gave me permission to say, I'm not convinced that this is true. The Atheist Debates gave me tools to recognize bad arguments or authority abuse or fear-based theology or religious claims that couldn't hold up under certainty. But atheism by itself, we all admit this, is not a full operating system.
Yep.
It doesn't claim, it doesn't claim anything other than just a negation. It makes no ultimate claims on what reality is or how you should order your life. And so that leaves a mountain of human questions unanswered. And this is where I think secular spaces fail people, because atheism is too small to hold the whole human experience. And the lie of atheism, if there was one, is saying that if you just walk out of a church building, you'll just stumble upon the good life. You'll just know how to do this.
Where the fuck does this lie come from? Once again, where is this? This feels completely like a straw man. Like, oh, atheism just convinces people that if they find their way out of religion, they're going to go into the good life. You can't, out of one side of your mouth, acknowledge that it's only about this and then say that it's doing this other thing. I don't know a single atheist organization, community, public advocate of any prominence that has, and I might be missing stuff, so if somebody's done it, let's fucking correct them, that has suggested when you find your way out of religion, it's the good life. What I've said about my personal deconstruction is that everything about my life became better except for the loss of community. I'm a more moral person. I'm generally a more caring person. I'm more confident. I didn't become a preacher because I was terrified of public speaking. Clearly that has vanished. And it turns out the secret to public speaking is not speaking from authority and pretending that you know shit you don't know. If you're just honest about what you think, then either you get an audience and people listen and want and pay attention, or you don't. But at no point have I it's anybody that I know of suggested, oh, the good life. No. One of the things we note is that taking an inventory of your beliefs and evaluating those things and finding the guidance that you might find in secular humanism and principles like that, reading and studying, we're saying this is a lot of effort that most people seem completely unwilling or unmotivated to do. And that while we find doing it satisfying and beneficial, none of this was easy. And by the way, now, not necessarily because I'm an atheist, although it fits, but because I'm a leftist, pretty far leftist advocate for trans rights and opposed to the genocide in Gaza and opposed to transphobes and everything else, my government is saying they're going to find me and kill me. That I'm a domestic terrorist. Not me by name, but the people like me. Yeah, talk about a chilling effect. That part of my life is definitely not better. Being outside of the larger community, the majority, taking away, I have truckloads of privilege as a cis, het, largely somewhat able-bodied white dude of middle class, whatever else. There's a number of areas where I don't suffer. There's a number of areas where I am privileged and advantaged. One of the things is that I had to learn not to look at the reduction in that privilege as punishment. Now, this is about balance and working towards equality. But one area where I'm definitely not at all privileged is as a disparaged, misrepresented, and attacked by his own government person with specific political and religious views. Anyway, I don't know where this everything's better came from.
Like, atheism is just a position on the God question. It's not a grief ritual. It's not a rite of passage. It's not a new family culture. It's not a funeral. It's not a moral formation system.
Amen.
It doesn't give you any kind of belonging. It's not a way to, metabolize awe. It's not a structure for existential reconstruction. And when we pretend that it is enough, people will often go look elsewhere. And when you shame,
I don't know anything about pretending it's enough, but all those things that Britt and I agree atheism doesn't do, it's also something atheism can't do by definition, not supposed to do. And so what you're really talking about is people come to atheism with false expectations. I'm not completely sure where they're getting them. But maybe I've overlooked stuff. I haven't been to a convention in a little while, although I am going to one in August. I'm going to do a magic show at NanoCon.
the experience, religion gets to interpret it, and that's the problem. So Matt, when you said that spirituality as a definition is something just out of the ordinary, your example for that...
I didn't say spirituality as a definition was something out of the ordinary. That was transcendence. But you might have just misspoke. It's no big deal.
Was a bit of a straw man where you say that it's just like hearing Beatles music for the first time when they went to India and George uses a sitar and Indian time signatures for the first time.
Transcendent just means beyond the ordinary. Yep. And that is contingent on what your ordinary is. If you hear a new style of music that is different from anything you've ever heard, it would be very easy to describe that as transcendent because it transcends your ordinary. Yeah, but to somebody else, that is their ordinary. To somebody else, it's banal, tedious. This is why when music trends shift, when the Beatles show up and they go and they get Indian influences of instruments that people in the West aren't used to hearing and styles and time signatures that people aren't used to seeing, they incorporate into that stuff into the music, and all of a sudden it becomes transcendent. but that doesn't mean there's something that's actually transcendent. So once again, it's hyperbole of this is really cool.
That's a bit of a straw man.
No, it's not. I'm gonna listen to Britt. I went with what the dictionary definition was and how individuals describe transcendent experience. It's going beyond the ordinary, and it is absolutely relative.
No one I know has changed their behavior or their brain has changed because they heard Norwegian Wood for the first time.
Oh, well, I'm sorry that your sample set is limited to people you know and Norwegian Wood. But if you think music hasn't been viewed as transcendent and hasn't changed people's lives, you are definitely not qualified to be speaking about these sorts of human experiences, because absolutely music changes lives. Just like art, it is art. You talked before about the awe inspired by art. That same awe is inspired by music. Norwegian Wood's a fabulous song. I can't point to somebody whose life was specifically changed by that. But there's a reason that religions and churches make use of music, and it's because of the science behind the music and the physical effect that it has on people. It is rhythmic. It is ritual. It is driving. To suggest, I never heard of anybody who changed, who had a life-changing experience because of Norwegian Wood, is an embarrassingly fallacious argument, considering what you were talking about ritual and all.
Maybe some did, but, probably not. It may be a new experience. It may be neat and interesting, as you say, but that is not what people mean when they say that they had a transcendent experience or a spiritual experience. When astronauts look at Earth from space, that is not just a Beatles song with a sitar. It changes them forever afterwards. And researchers call this the overview effect. This is the cognitive shift.
You should look up relative. Because not only is whether, like if I woke up to this image every morning, it would not necessarily continue to be awe-inspiring at the beginning. It's about what you're used to. The reason astronauts have an overwhelmingly described as transcendent experience is almost nobody has done this, and almost nobody has seen this with their own eyes. Out of the billions of people who are alive now, a tiny handful have sat right there. And it's not just the view that is likely inspiring their transcendence. It is the realization that everyone they've ever known and ever loved is down there, above or below the dirt, and you can't tell a thing. And they are so far from everyone they've known, and yet their distance away from that is an incredible achievement for humanity. Is Norwegian Wood on a par with that? Probably not for anybody, because it's not shared by as few people. It is not as extreme, and yet it can still be a transcendent. Why would you do anything? Do you think the Beatles didn't describe going to India and finding out and having an experience of awe about the music that was there and the gurus that were chanting and instructing them along with it? You don't think they had a transcendent experience, and that's the reason they included this stuff? I don't have data to rebut it, so I guess I'll stop there. I find that's absurd to me.
Shift that astronauts report when they see Earth from space. And a review from Yaden and colleagues describes it as an experience of awe and self-transcendence, often involving overwhelming emotion, a sense of beauty, and an increased identification with humanity and the planet as a whole that changes their behavior when they return. It was not just that was a neat experience or that.
It's still what I said was, I didn't say it was just a neat experience. What I said in talking about this with regard to transcendence is that it, in the definition that we're talking about, it's something that goes beyond the ordinary. And by definition, the ordinary is my ordinary or your ordinary, and something that might be banal to you, maybe transcendent to me, but perhaps not forever. Drugs wear off. Newness wears off. Passion wears off. Interest wears off. To pretend that I'm saying everything that's been described as awe and transcendence is just, yeah, that was cool. Hopefully what I just said a minute ago demonstrates that that's not even in the remotest ballpark of how I feel about awe and transcendence. Awe is the one word on that list that it doesn't have religious origins. There may be others that don't have religious origins, and transcendence probably doesn't, but spirituality does. So there's already an established use outside of the supernatural. And it is enough of a ubiquitous experience that when we describe awe, we don't get people arguing about what awe is. No, awe is this. No, awe is that. No, awe is this, like we do with spirituality.
That was new. It altered their values. It altered their environmental concerns. It changed their sense of belonging to the planet. They come back forever changed. Same thing with psychedelics. People will forever change after a peak experience with psychedelics. Same thing with something morally profound. Like I just saw Les Mis when it came to town. And even though I don't believe that the bishop has the one true priesthood, I do believe that there are stories where something equivalent to 2 candlesticks and human kindness has changed a person's life. So when people talk about a transcendent or spiritual experience, they do not just mean I encountered something different or out of.
Yeah, what they mean is I encountered something out of the ordinary that sufficiently drew my attention to fundamentally make changes to me, something I never denied or implied any denial of. This is how we change. It's just not spiritual.
Of the ordinary. They mean an experience that reorganized their sense of self and their values or their place in the world. And we have science on that because we can show that their behavior changes.
We don't have science that it qualifies as spiritual.
Atheism less rational. I'm not trying to smuggle in the woo. I'm trying to make atheism less emotionally illiterate.
Sorry, as established by both of us, atheism is merely the rejection of the claim that a God exists. It's not emotionally literate. You may be talking about the broader secular community, making them less emotionally literate, but the way you do that is by presenting the science on the experiences and not adopting the language of the woo. If you're not trying to bring the woo in, don't use the language of the woo. Awe is not language of the woo.
Because people are not just belief machines. They are not robots. They are meaning-making animals.
Okay. I think they are belief machines. I think we are belief machines. Everything is, here's a proposition, you either accept it or you don't accept it. And the processes by which we come to accept those beliefs, they're what construct our world. There's no position you can advocate for, including I experienced awe, that isn't a belief, because you have to believe that you experienced awe. And then what you do after you've experienced awe, because you now believe that you experienced awe, is, do I believe that was transcendent? Yes, I'm convinced that was transcendent. And then what are the implications of that is also a belief. It's all belief construction. You are always constantly constructing and modifying a model of reality in your head. And it's all about what you become convinced by. And that includes emotions, by the way. The experience of emotions and the emotional influence on beliefs. This is all still psychology and to some extent philosophy when we're talking about, the epistemology of beliefs.
They are grieving animals. They are ritual animals. They are awe-responsive animals. They are attachment animals.
And religions have co-opted grief by misrepresenting that death is an apparently unavoidable aspect of life, and by telling people stories that their loved ones exist in another plane and someday they'll be able to reunite with them. Religions have co-opted grief, but grief is about the beliefs you have of your relationship with someone who is no longer alive. You're grieving that loss. You are mourning that loss. You believe and are sad that this person is important to you, and their importance may have left when they died. And it gets a lot more complicated than that. I'm not remotely an expert, but all of this is still belief. And so grief and emotion aren't inconsistent with any of this. And dealing with them on terms of psychology instead of woo terms, I would think is preferable.
They are storytelling animals. And when someone leaves religion, because the majority of people I work with are people deconstructing from religion, they're just not losing they don't just lose an argument. They lose their cosmology, how to place themselves in the universe, their calendar, their family structure, their rituals, their songs, their death story, their moral community, their sense of being held somehow in the universe, their answer.
I will admit, some of those, I have no idea what that means. I don't think in terms of my place in the universe or whatever. I mean, I know that we can engage in some kind of talk about, where do you fit in the universe? For me, and I'm not saying this is right or applies to somebody else, I'm on this planet focused on the real shit that's going on in my life every day. I don't feel that I have any connection to the universe beyond. My responsibility is to myself and other people, because we share space. If you mean it in the lighter sense, and I don't know, but a place in the universe is just one I've grabbed onto, about what my responsibilities are to people, and maybe religions filled that thing before. That's where you get into things like secular humanism and values that go beyond, just atheism. But there are definitely baggage things that people don't give up when they come out of religion, that I would say are the lies of religion creating a need for something that can never be sated. It's been said before that, and I've said this, religions poison you and then offer you the cure. And I changed all of that and said, religions convince you you're poisoned when you're not, and then offer you the homeopathic remedy, because homeopathy is bullshit. So all that needs to happen is you need to be convinced you're better. But if you were never broken in the first place, if you never had a sinful nature in the first place, it is absurd for secularists to be talking about how do you deal with your sin. Instead, you take the things that religion might have called sin, and you change the language so that it is not religious. How do you deal with your failings, with your struggles, with your I'm going to forget the term, the urges to do things that you're opposed to. I've forgotten the right word. Taking away the lies and replacing them with the best scientific understanding.
To suffering, their sense of ultimate concern. And if all we can offer them is, well, at least you're not wrong anymore, that's not enough. And that's
too bad. That's all there is just with the atheism. Beyond that, I've already pointed to secular humanism. I agree with you that the broader community needs to be doing more. That's why I support recovering from religion. That's why I support the Secular Therapy Project. The Secular Therapy Project exists for what you're talking about. Daryl Ray saw a need. Other therapists and counselors and experts saw a need and are working to actively fill it. I got my therapist through the Secular Therapy Project. Hi. He'll probably watch this.
That's where secular spirituality comes in. It's not a replacement for skepticism. It's the continuation of skepticism.
I think my brain just melted for a second. I'm going to take it back.
Anymore, that's not enough. And that's where secular spirituality comes in. It's not a replacement for skepticism.
That's not where secular spirituality comes in. That's where secular therapy comes in. And who on earth would have thought that secular spirituality is a replacement for skepticism? Skepticism has the goal of finding the methodology that distinguishes fact from fiction.
It's the continuation of skepticism into the rest of life. And that
No, it is not the continuation of skepticism into the rest of life. Skepticism already continues. There is nothing outside the realm of skepticism. Every question, every proposition can be evaluated skeptically. That's how we got here. Is I keep hearing people talk about spirituality and offering vague, untestable, religious definitions, and then other people trying to spin those as vague, untestable, secular definitions. And as a skeptic, I would like people to demonstrate that what they're advocating is real and that it is consistent with the spiritual label. That's it. Adopting a pseudoscience woo word to cover a broad umbrella of psychology is not an extension of skepticism into anything. It's closer to sophistry.
It helped me because for me, the death of God personally, with no tools from secularism at the time, flung me into nihilism. And if most of the deconstruction space is just talking about how we're better than religious people and how they're stupid, and I'm full on suicidal, struggling with nihilism, struggling with the ethics of what it means to be alive, it's not enough. Like that atheist chip on your...
Agreed. And anybody tuning into the debate shows who's, first of all, sorry, I don't know if you were necessarily talking about yourself or you were just talking about, somebody referencing who's dealing with suicidal ideations and things like that. The debate shows, first of all, the debate shows aren't atheism or secularism. It's just one of the popular things. I mean, it's like, and unfortunately they turned it into like WWE. But if you tune in to the wrong content for the wrong reason, you're definitely not going to get what you're looking for. And I would agree with you that the secular community needs to be encouraging humanism. I would think. I don't know. I don't know that I've heard Britt call herself a humanist yet, but who knows? The skeptic community the secular community needs to be encouraging skepticism and humanism, but also needs to be encouraging secular-based therapy, which is, once again, we're back to the secular therapy project, which I'm a fan of.
Your shoulder that I'm smarter than everyone else is not enough. There are some things that we learn outside of religion about the nature of reality that can be hard, that can be troubling, that we need help with, that can even make your life harder.
Yep.
So my argument to you, Matt, is if we co-evolved with religion, if evolutionarily religion is a cognitive technology that we created for various things that help us as humans, then simply leaving religion is not enough.
I never said or implied that leaving religion is not enough. And I don't think it's fair to necessarily do the co-evolved thing, but because that's over a long period of time. But I get what you mean. Yeah, I agree. It's not enough. Merely not believing in a God isn't enough for anything. It's the base foundation of how you then move forward and find ways to live the rest of your life. And we're going to spend a good time combating all of religions and pseudosciences, supposed experts coming in to tell us how we're doing it wrong. But I don't think we need to co-opt their language.
Religions have had thousands of years to develop tools for humans. Sometimes religion will increase certain anxieties like fear and hell, but a lot of times religion is actually soothing many anxieties.
Yep.
And religions have had...
I will point out that it's apparently false comfort, and it doesn't matter at all whether the religion is true or not. People find comfort in confidence. No, I'm not going to sing the Sound of Music thing right now, but it was tempting.
Again, had thousands of years to develop.
Also, jealous that Britt got to go see Les Mis. I've never seen it. I have a number of musicals that were higher on my list, but I would love to see Les Mis sometime.
Develop this. And so if we're expecting the average person who is not a philosopher, not a psychologist, not a neuroscientist, not a sociologist, not an anthropologist, to make sense of all that and rebuild all of that in one lifetime, especially when they have religious trauma, that's a hard ask. And so
who's asking it? It's a hard ask, but none of I don't need to keep pausing to say I don't advocate this. I'll just let her talk and just say, not my position.
So when secularism includes secular spirituality, it gives a space for these rebuilding conversations that are so needed in the secular space. So I'll leave that there.
I agree that the secular spaces need to include the things that you're putting under the umbrella of spirituality. I just don't think they qualify for, and I don't that umbrella label. And I don't think that using the label is a good thing.
My guess is that you're somewhat okay with all of that, and your critique now is going to be that there's no need of me, right? That this can.
Man, never mentioned you. Have no problem with you. It's kind of strange that you went to, you're fine with all that, but you say there's no need of me. I have no beef with you. I'm looking for so going back to the beginning, I'm looking for a definition that shows that it's talking about something real and true, that the methods are reliable, and that this is deserving of the label of spirituality. Because I already have labels for this, including psychology, including well-being. That's it. But wow, I don't know how we got to no need for you. I don't know if there's a need for you. It's clear you need to do this, and there are people who feel that you're doing them good. So there's evidently some need, provided, good's actually being done.
And should be done in therapy. You mentioned the Secular Therapy Project. You mentioned recovering from religion. And so there's no need for people like spiritual directors to be doing any of this. That's my guess that what your critique would be now. And so this is one area that I want to push back on. If there was nothing of value that I'm doing in helping people build meaningful, even spiritual lives without forcing them to do that with a God or the supernatural, then why do the therapists from the Secular Therapy Project talk to me?
Full disclosure, this is the part that somebody contacted me about. I haven't heard her say it until just now. And so this is going to take a minute, so buckle up. First of all, that's a fallacy. It is a fallacious attempt to appeal to an authority. It is essentially the implication that these therapists, these qualified credentialed therapists, are missing an understanding of something that Britt possesses. And therefore they come to her. And why would they be coming to her if she didn't actually have that information? So I'm not speaking on behalf of the Secular Therapy Project, but I did get this statement cleared because a lot of people were talking about stuff. The Secular Therapy Project exists to connect people with secular science-based therapy from vetted, properly qualified, credentialed, and trained therapists. If a therapist doesn't feel that they're equipped to help a particular client, they should refer that client to some other therapists in that category. If a therapist in the project sends clients to their unqualified aunt who they think they might know a bit more, to a guru, to a life coach, to a mystic, or a spiritual counselor, they should be removed from the Secular Therapy Project immediately. Britt and other people who similarly try to assist people with struggles related to deconversion or religious trauma without the requisite qualifications simply are not eligible to be a part of the project, and they should not be eligible for any sort of referral from the Secular Therapy Project. It is a disservice to the project and the clients to have people speaking from authority in areas where they have not demonstrated the requisite qualifications. Britt might be doing wonderful work that genuinely helps people. And if so, she should be able to demonstrate this scientifically, and then she might become eligible. She might have the best methods for helping people, but she seems to have skipped a step in demonstrating this. We can't just go off feels. I'm not speaking on behalf of the Secular Therapy Project, but on the list of things that we would expect from people offering to counseling to those people deconstructing from religion are scientifically validated psychotherapies, things like cognitive behavioral therapy and mentalization-based therapy and all of those things. There is no science behind coaching. It doesn't mean that anything Britt's doing is wrong or bullshit or whatever else. It just means we do not yet have any good justification scientifically to allow people who haven't gone through the process to portray themselves as people with expertise. Nobody's objecting. You go, I have 0 credentials and have never pretended to. And I'll skip that. I try to help people, and I don't try to speak from authority. I am just here saying, here's my opinion. Here's what I think. Here's what helped me. And there's nothing wrong with that. That is how, old wives' tales and folk remedies also get started. It's, well, this worked for me. Go chew on that for a little while. But it is not consistent with the values and principles and guidelines of the Secular Therapy Project. And if people from the Secular Therapy Project are sending clients to Britt, they have fucked up. And it doesn't in any way show that Britt's view is in fact right. It just shows that those therapists don't understand the Secular Therapy Project and may not be equipped to do things, because I don't know all of Britt's credentials. But I did not see in them any degrees, qualifications, or expertise in any of the counseling that somebody might do and might need to do to deal with suicidal ideations, to deal with religious trauma syndrome, to deal with any of that stuff. So to cite the Secular Therapy Project as if it gives you cred is not only fallacious, it's going to backfire spectacularly.
Send their clients to me. Send my content I put out for free on YouTube to their clients for free. Come to be trained by me or to work with me so that they can know how to better work with their clients. There's a gap here that I'm filling that is a real gap. If the Secular Therapy Project and if therapists could do all of that work, therapists wouldn't be reaching out to me for help in this area.
Not only is that may be true, if there are therapists in the project that are reaching out to an unqualified individual for their help, that certainly demonstrates that they had a reason to reach out to you. And it's because they don't have any better understanding of what is required of the Secular Therapy Project than you do, and they should not be in it.
Therapy is great. I've used therapy for various aspects of my life.
Yep.
Therapy did not help me when I was in an existential crisis.
Once again, whether or not it helped you is anecdotal, not science, and not relevant to this discussion or anybody else.
Paralyzed by deep philosophical questions. Therapy in the data tends to not be effective for existential depression and nihilism unless you are meeting with an existential therapist, which is an additional training you can get in your therapy program.
So therapy's not good for those people unless they go to the right therapist.
Therapy didn't help me locate the ways that my brain was still religious and how to shift that. Therapy didn't help me with the deep philosophical questions that I was asking. So you want something concrete here. What are things that I do that people in the therapists in the Secular Therapy Project refer people to me for? Cool. One is exploring different spiritual paths. For example, with an existential crisis, the isms that tend to be most helpful with that are Stoicism, Buddhism, existentialism, absurdism, and optimistic nihilism.
Every single person in the Secular Therapy Project who sent people to you to talk about mystic guidance from a number of different religions is in violation, in my view, and talk to them about this specifically, of the foundational principles of the Secular Therapy Project. Still doesn't mean that you're wrong or that you're not helping people or anything else, but that is absolutely not what the Secular Therapy Project exists for. We shouldn't be sending people to gurus. We shouldn't be sending people to religions. It's fine to go and explore. Hey, I'm going to evaluate these ideas in a bunch of different disciplines and maybe take what works, throw it all up against the wall, whatever sticks. But that's not what the Secular Therapy Project is. And so you're citing them as if they're lending credibility to you, when actually you're exposing that there are people in the Secular Therapy Project who don't understand it and shouldn't be in it.
I can tell which kinds of these personalities or needs can lead you to benefit from one over another. A therapist.
You can tell which of those other paths can help somebody. I'd be interested in seeing, apart from your anecdotal evidence of, like everybody who's got a guru or a life coach will praise them and say they're doing wonderful right up until it fails them or they stop going or whatever else. Where's the science that you are qualified and likely correct in guiding people towards certain spiritual paths that will fix certain things? I don't even know where you can get the training for that.
Doesn't have the philosophical depth for that, to explore that one-on-one. And when you...
So they don't have the philosophical depth, which means you're acknowledging you've moved beyond scientific-based therapy and into philosophy. Psychotherapy projects shouldn't be referring people to philosophers either.
You just go to YouTube and just get on, abstract philosophy videos. You're not getting the one-on-one help you need to explore these
Agreed.
new isms. I give language to religious deconstruction, what they're missing and what they're mourning. And specifically because I work with Christians and Mormons, I have a sense of how that brain works, and I can get to those often faster than a therapist. I can pinpoint which of the existential fears is giving someone a problem.
You are a wonder and a marvel. Please provide the documentation that shows that you're able to do this and it's the right thing to do better and faster than a therapist. I mean, if you're going to put yourself on that pedestal, come with the paperwork.
Problem deconstructing and giving them a lot of hesitation and the best tools for them to face that fear directly. I can help someone process the death of God. I can help someone move from vertical morality to horizontal morality and how it works to build morality when morality is subjective. I can work with someone who is having a psychological crisis because they lost their belief of free will and they don't know how to handle that. And they don't know how to orient with that knowledge. I can talk with someone who is so nihilistic that they ethically believe it's the right thing to do to end their life. This is where this is an ethical conversation. This is a philosophical conversation, not a conversation where you just want to end your life because you're depressed.
By the way, I can talk with people about all those things too, but I won't be speaking as an authority. I won't be pretending that I'm better than a therapist. I won't be taking referrals from the Psychotherapy Project or anything else like that. I can talk to them as a friend, as someone who's perhaps been there. And I'm not going to be making claims about how successful or how much better I am at it than, the establishment psychologist.
I get a lot of referrals for people in that space where the therapist feels uncomfortable with these kinds of clients because they haven't gone as far down into the void as their...
Any therapist who is uncomfortable dealing with a patient struggling with nihilism and ideas of self-harm also needs to leave the Psychotherapy Project immediately and definitely should not be sending people with suicidal ideations off to someone who's demonstrated zero expertise scientifically in addressing this at all. This is the portion of the video that I heard about earlier, which is why I had that statement prepared. It is also why Shannon Q had posted a comment on this video. I'll read it off. I put it on the screen. If you can't read it, it's too small. It's just, thank you, Daryl, because Daryl Ray came in to ask Britt to stop mentioning the Psychotherapy Project. Shannon wrote, thank you, Daryl. Transparently, I was very concerned when at the 34-minute mark, Britt mentioned that the Psychotherapy Project was referring vulnerable clients to her directly. I reached out to Psychotherapy Project to ask if this was the case personally. I did as well. I have no issue with people conceptualizing experiences as spiritual, but was concerned at the representation that qualified therapists who specialize in religious trauma and deconversion were somehow not equipped to handle these core issues and were sending vulnerable people to an unqualified resource. I'm relieved to hear that this isn't the case and disappointed to see that the therapists and field represented as an inadequate in this crucial regard in this video. Setting the stage for those deconstructing to view qualified professionals as unequipped is negligent and unethical, especially when the areas you're espousing them to be unequipped in are the very same areas you purport to operate and offer unqualified services for. I hope this representation ceases. By the way, I don't know because sometimes YouTube hides comments, but that comment, when Shannon goes to Britt's page, to Britt's video that we're looking at, She can see that comment. And none of the rest of us are able to see Shannon's comment at all. I'm wondering if Britt hid that comment or hid the user on the channel, essentially blocked over that comment, or if there's just some sort of error going on with YouTube. But because none of us were able to find the comment and Shannon wasn't able to find it on an alternate machine using a different account, she sent it to me in a screenshot so that I could address it here, because we're both on the same page for this. You can help people all you want. If you're going to run around claiming that you're better at it than the therapist, that the therapists are unqualified, you got to come with more and big. I don't know what qualifies Britt to place herself above scientific vetted therapists who are trained and qualified to do this. And if there's a problem with the Psychotherapy Project, I can promise you, Daryl Ray is looking into it right now.
Client, and so they have their own resistance coming up in therapy. I can talk to someone how to rebuild their family culture, coming up with something to say at dinner time for family dinner that reflects your values because you miss religion, the family dinners and prayer time that you used to have. We have very good data for children and how that decreases anxiety when you do things like that. I can actually talk with you where you come away with a few things that you can integrate into your family to be able to start rebuilding your family culture based on the culture that you came from. I can help you navigate fear of hell and walk you through some scriptures that scare you and give you some context and explanation and demystify it so that we can work through someone's fear of hell that's stopping them from a deconstruction. And a therapist may not want to talk with a person about scripture because that's not their job to dig into that. I can help someone who's been an absurdist but now finds it lacking and wants to explore other forms of existentialism that have a little bit more meat to it than what Camus provided. That's something a therapist may not be able to help with. Again, I can especially help with Mormons and Christians because I understand how their religious brain works, and I can catch ways that people are still operating under the scaffold of those old beliefs, things that therapists would miss if they haven't been raised in that religion. Now,
that is a laundry list of all the things, or not necessarily all the things, but that is a laundry list of impressive things that Britt can do. To me, it sounds exactly like a guru. Where's the list of things you're qualified to do? Where's the list of things that you are credentialed and scientifically validated to be able to do? I mean, I can do all kinds of stuff. It doesn't mean that I'm following the science. It doesn't mean that I'm especially good at it. I would never make a list like that, but then I don't have any credentials. So maybe that's the difference.
You may call all of that philosophy or psychology, and that's fine in the UK because...
Great. I'm glad you think it's fine. So let's just drop the term spirituality. Cheap shot, but there's a lot to go through. We're like 37 minutes in. We've got like 20 minutes left.
Because they are ahead of us in secularism, they have a job called philosophical counseling where these topics, these existential concerns are very common. We don't have that job in America. In America, we are very wary of philosophy. My joke is that we are so scared of philosophy that we couldn't even have Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. We had to have the Sorcerer's Stone because we're more comfortable with sorcery than philosophy. So in America, that gap where therapists don't feel like they have the depth of religious studies and philosophy and spirituality, that gap is currently being filled by spiritual directors. That is who is addressing that niche.
So spiritual directors are filling this gap between the philosophy in the UK and the lack of it here. Cool.
Because we are taking advantage of this vague spiritual world and because we're all charlatans. It's because...
There we go again. I not only didn't say you were a charlatan, I didn't say you're all charlatans. What I've said is I don't know how to tell the difference. And honestly, so far at this point, I don't know that you've made it a lot easier. I'm pretty much convinced that we're in agreement and on the same page about a number of things. And I think you probably genuinely want to help people, at least to the extent that I'm able to read anybody in a video. But the fact of the matter is, my understanding is that Jim Palmer, a former pastor, megachurch pastor of some sort, I can't really find a lot of details, created a website and a Facebook group that is the Center for Non-Religious Spirituality. And for $5,000, he offers to certify you as a spiritual a non-religious spiritual director or something like that, spiritual counselor, spiritual director, whatever else. My other understanding is that Britt took the course. I don't know if she paid for it, don't know what all was involved in it, don't know how long it took, don't know if anybody else has ever graduated. They have no information up about really the nuts and bolts of this. And I think, if I'm correct, Britt actually teaches that course now on behalf of Jim, or in addition to Jim. I don't know. And yet I'm still waiting for some demonstration of the scientific validity of why people should value a certificate from, it's not like it's from an accredited university or any recognized anything. It's new, and it could be awesome. It could be that the training there is awesome. And it could be that the training there absolutely should qualify Britt to do all that list of things that she says she can do. But there's been zero demonstration of that. And I'd like to remind everybody, this started off with me just trying to figure out, hey, what is spiritual? What is secular spirituality? None of this was, oh, let's go after this or that or whatever else. So now I know spirituality is the convenient label, because for Britt, spirituality is the convenient label for things that I would identify as psychology, because she doesn't want to call it psychology or well-being, and hasn't been able to invent a word that doesn't come with all that baggage. And now it's defending her, essentially, I think maybe also by putting it under the spiritual label and not the psychology label, she doesn't run the risk of being called out for like practicing psychology without a license type thing. If you say, I'm offering psychological counseling, that's in a different legal realm than I'm offering spiritual counseling. I'm a life coach. I'm a guru. I'm a mystic. I'm, a guide. Those are all in a completely different legal category, and they're also in a different category with regard to the scientific support behind them. It really feels like this is all attempts at like somebody who desperately wants to do good, and they're going to take as many shortcuts as possible, when something like the Secular Therapy Project is saying, we're going to do good, and we're going to grab the people who are most qualified, most eligible, using the most reliable science, so that when people come in struggling, we're not sending them to religious individuals or gurus or life coaches or any of that. We're trying to get them the best help that science can provide. I think we're skipped a step.
Because there's an actual gap here, a gap that I experienced personally in between religion and now my very full secular life, where I struggled, where therapy wasn't helpful enough. The other one that you mentioned was recovering from religion. That wasn't helpful for the level of philosophical concerns that I had at the time.
Okay. Again, this is, I'm no objection to Britt on any of this. I'm genuinely sorry that the Secular Therapy Project wasn't enough, and that the recovering from religion wasn't enough for your specific case. I don't know how the struggles that Britt had, where she found help somewhere and then is trying to turn that help into help for others. Nothing about that's bad. It's just not qualified. It's not vetted. There's no verification of effectiveness. But that's still separate from whether or not you should call it spiritual. It's like the difference between saying you're selling medication and selling health products. It's how they can get away with selling homeopathy. Homeopathy's huge in the UK. Huge. And it is absolute proven bullshit. And yet it's huge. And it's still available here, despite our restrictions on medication, because it doesn't sell itself as medication. This is starting to feel like as well-intentioned as I believe it is, this is starting to feel like the new non-standard therapy, non-traditional therapy, non-Western therapy, non-blah-blah-blah therapy. But basically what it means is non-scientific therapy.
It gives me personally a lot of meaning and purpose to help people who were once stuck in places that I got stuck. It helps people. It helps the secular movement. And I charge for my 20 years of experience in theology and philosophy and spirituality, just like a hairdresser charges for her time too. The alternative to that, if you think that you shouldn't be able to charge for your time in this.
I'm happy for people to charge for their time. I don't tend to charge. I have a Patreon, so people who support. But I do, like, I'll charge for debate. I don't charge for counseling. I don't claim or misrepresent my credentials, and I don't claim to have scientific support that goes beyond, the therapist. I don't engage, and maybe it's because I'm military minded. I did 8 years in the Navy, and I don't engage in stolen valor. Again, this is feeling like a little shortcut. I'm glad that this brings meaning personally. Like, I'm not trying to in any way take away your ability to do anything. That was not even what any of this was about. But if you want to help people, help people. But if you want to suggest that you're better and more qualified than the scientifically vetted therapist, you got a lot of splaining to do.
Space, and if you do, you're automatically a charlatan. Just know I'm literally just talking.
The number of dishonest arguments and misrepresentations. If you do, then you're automatically a charlatan. Literally all I said. Let me see if I can find the timestamp. Yep, 1614. People's desires, weaknesses, confusion, and frustration to make a buck. Now, don't get me wrong. There are probably good people, well-intentioned people, trying to do this, trying to engage in spirituality and even trying to teach it. And there are also scam artists trying to do this, but I don't know how to tell the difference, which is why they're making up their own certifications. This is not a recognized real anything. There's nothing sensical about it. Sensical should probably be sensible, but none of them seem to be able to offer any clarity. None of them seem to be able to demonstrate that their area of study, their area of expertise is real, exactly like clergy people. Clergy people aren't experts in God. They're experts in religion, maybe, and the book, maybe, but nothing that the book or the religion points to is demonstrated as anything that you could have an expertise about. It's kind of confusing the map for the place there that, they're experts on God. No, they're not. They're experts on people's thoughts and claims about God, to the extent that they're an expert on anything at all. We are fundamentally beings that, as I said in the original video, crave understanding. We're frustrated with not knowing. And we can be served up with nonsense, but if we're not given the tools, the skepticism to detect the nonsense, we can become convinced. And if you can become convinced, you can become committed to something that isn't necessarily true and may in fact be harmful. I didn't say anything that they're all charlatans. I'm saying we need a way to tell the difference. This is one of the reasons why the Secular Therapy Project has the specific scientific-based vetting that it does. Because without that sort of vetting, let's assume for a second that I'm right and Britt is incredibly well-intentioned and is probably actively doing good for a number of people. I have no problem at all accepting either one of those. And let's assume that the guy down the street from me, who is, a similar secular individual, but has different methods, and his may even lead to more, overlap with woo stuff. He thinks he's helping people, and there are people who think he's helping them. And Britt's might never lead to anything harmful, And that guy's might definitely lead to something harmful. What I need is a way to tell the difference between them. And this is why we rely on, hey, are your credentials real, or were they pumped out by a diploma mill or an online certification? Have you demonstrated qualifications in specific training courses related to the best scientifically vetted procedures within therapy? So to keep going back to that doesn't make us all charlatans. I didn't say it was. Maybe somebody did.
Talking about a living wage for me and my 4 children.
I have no problem at all with you making money. I do have a problem with you potentially being hyperbolic or exaggerative about your credentials and speaking with authority on things where you've not demonstrated that you are qualified to speak as an authority. But that's all secondary. That was primarily what I think Shannon objected to, not to speak for her. She can speak for herself. And I posted her thing up there. My concern is still about there's no justification for calling it spiritual. And I'm starting to feel like, listening to this, that the justification for calling it spiritual rather than psychological is where you fall legally in responsibility for offering services in that area.
Not Joel Osteen, not Deepak Chopra kind of stuff, just a living wage. And if I couldn't charge for that, I would have to leave this work and go work some kind of dead end job because I have no experience in anything else.
That's a really bad argument, but I can appreciate it. It's like that argument, man, there's no way people aren't going to take this the wrong way. I understand what you're saying. And I already said, you should make money. I absolutely hope people make a living wage or more, but at least a minimum wage. But when you say, if I didn't have this, I'd have to go get a dead-end job, what drug dealer couldn't say that? That's not a reason to keep doing something. The reason to keep doing something is because A, it brings meaning and purpose to your life. B, it's helping other people. That's all great. Like I said, I'm not going to speak for Shannon, but I don't think Shannon would object to that either. She didn't even object to the use of the term spiritual, which is what my objection is. Which means, and Shannon tends to get a lot more things than I do, quicker and more thoroughly, especially because she has a degree in psychology. I think it's psychology. She's not a therapist. She would probably want me to clarify that. She's not a therapist, but she does have a degree in psychology and, a passing interest in the field. I don't. I mean, I do in the sense that I want to know some stuff, but I don't need any expertise in there. I'm not offering counseling services, and probably would be very bad at it. There's a reason why I'm not a volunteer on the Recovering for Religion hotline. I'm personality-wise tuned for debate, tuned for analysis, tuned for identifying fallacies, as I've done several times here. Tuned for identifying bad arguments, because once you figure out what a bad argument is, that's how you get to a better argument. Anyway, we're coming up on, wow, it's 2 hours and 45 minutes. Let's get to it.
And then religion wins by default. If we can't financially support people doing positive work and a secular approach to the space of spirituality, then religion wins by default.
Yeah, no objection to you making money, but I don't think religion's going to win just because somebody's not.
And every other person, people who are doing good work in this space, have to work for free, part-time, while they have a day job.
Okay, this is a ridiculous straw man of something that I never said.
Want to set up, and that doesn't help anyone. Now, to my education that you called out, I do feel like this is a little bit of a low blow that is...
Okay, first of all, I called out problems with education that included things, I didn't mention her by name, but I'm not going to deny it. There were certain things that came from her first, and then I noticed I'd noticed it in others first, but I noticed it in her specifically. So it's fully justified of her to feel somewhat called out. Whether or not it's a low blow or whatever else, I guess we can find out.
That is a bit unbecoming, because I'm just going to be vulnerable with you, Matt. I wish I would have had the opportunity to go to Claremont, to Harvard, to Cambridge, to pursue a career and be a real scholar in this space, a real peer-reviewed scholar. But this is me at 19 years old, getting Mormon married. I look 12, getting Mormon married in a Mormon temple where I promised at the time to obey my husband while my husband obeyed God. I had children, and I put my husband's career and development first, like a good little Mormon girl. I was a teenager. I knew nothing else. I left Mormonism when I was a paid seminary teacher at the time. It just, destroyed my marriage. It destroyed my family relationships. I lost my identity and community and income and everything about me at the time. I found religion to be harmful and not true, and I paid the price. And I started my master's degree to understand religion better outside of Mormonism when I had just adopted 3 children. One was 2, one was 6 months, and one was a newborn. But I had a dear friend named Thomas J. Ord, and I coached his daughter's soccer team here in Boise. He lives here in Boise too. And I had a lot of theological and philosophical conversations with him, and he saw something in me, a bright mind, but one that was raw and undeveloped. And I studied under him at Northwind Theological Seminary as an affordable way to be able to study one class at a time. I didn't go because they were handing out cheap degrees. I didn't go so I could get that cheap degree and scam people. I went there because that was the best that I could do. A little bit at a time at a flexible theology school under a mentor who saw something in me. I wish I had more academic credentials. I do. I hope that I'll go back and get the acronyms that people require. But it is not due to lack of character that I went there and not to Stanford. And after I finished my master's degree, I went on to a doctorate, not a PhD, just a doctorate. And when it was time to write my dissertation, I had lost my faith in God altogether. What would you have wanted me to do? How is it not the right thing to then sign up for an 18-month program on non-religious secular spirituality to learn how to help people in this space from a secular point of view? And use everything that I had learned up to that point for approaching these things from a secular viewpoint and helping people deconstruct from religion. All the things that I mentioned that I do, I learned how to do under the Spiritual Direction Program. That is the group of people in America that are currently attending to these deep concerns and deep existential shifts that happen when you deconstruct religion. At the end of the video, what feels the most unfair is that you said that you don't need gurus. And that implies, again, with you using the word charlatan, that I call myself a guru and that I'm a charlatan, that I got a cheap degree and a bogus certification to scam people in the spiritual space and take advantage of people. But to make that claim, you'd have to prove that I do scam people and that I set myself up as a guru. I specifically never sell any merchandise. I specifically tell people I am not a therapist and I am not a guru. If I'm asked with a client or a podcast or a live question, something that gets into politics or therapy or sex or relationships, I say, I don't know. Or I say, I have an opinion on that, but it's outside my scope, so I won't say. I don't claim special knowledge. I don't claim to know what ultimate reality is. I don't even claim an ism that like I'm a this or that. I don't use words like energy. I don't claim a special relationship with the universe. Any client of mine will tell you that even when people try to teach me to treat me like their next prophet, I just mirror that back to them. And I help people find their own path post-religion, not follow me on mine. I don't have a 12 steps for life where you have to follow what I've done and live my life. I don't run retreats where I set myself up as a guru. I simply show up and say I'm a person who's been thinking and studying about spirituality and religion and philosophy and existentialism since I was a teenager. I've gathered some tools in my experience that may help you, and I charge a living wage for my time. And people find that it does help. My book, No Nonsense Spirituality, is still in the top 5 books in the category of atheism 2 years later. It has mostly 5-star reviews from atheists. I charge for my time and experience just to have a living wage to be able to do this work. So my last point is, what would you have rather me done, Matt Dillahunty? Would you rather have a Christian as the chaplain at Harvard Divinity School or an atheist? Like Greg Epstein has been the humanist chaplain at Harvard Divinity School for decades, doing everything that is, being talked about under the umbrella of spirituality from a secular point of view. And I really hope that I was able to defend my character, because my character is my only currency in this space. People trust my vulnerability and my honesty and my morality because I have no authority otherwise. And I gather that even at the end of this video, you will probably not choose the word spirituality. That's fine. If you were my client, which you're not, we would use different words. That's fine. Hitch liked the word numinous. Some people like well-being. That was his word for spirituality. The purpose of this video was not to try to convince you to be a spiritual person or to do work in spirituality or use the word spirituality. I think you're
Which is a little weird because that's what I was asking for, but
you're doing just fine with what you do for the secular community. I just wanted to say that I use it for specific purposes, fully validating that it's a problematic word and a problematic space. And
okay. So thanks for sharing. I don't know what it's like to be a Mormon or a former Mormon. I don't know what it's like to be a woman in this world that is absolutely unfair with regard to opportunities. I do know what it's like to potentially have money struggles. I've been both completely broke and massively in debt at a number of different points, but I don't have a degree in anything, despite having essentially all of the eligibility to go to college. My parents had no money for college. I did not earn any scholarship for college because I was bored in school and slept through a bunch of it and barely graduated. It was like I'd go to class, get it all done, get an A on the first thing, and then skip several classes and go do the things that I liked, which is, studying independently. I wasn't going off partying. I was just studying computer science because it was fairly new at the time, or at least personal computers were. I'm old. And then I went in the Navy for 8.5 years. And in that time, I learned more stuff, both about, being an adult and administration and computer stuff. And then I moved to Austin and got an entry-level job, not a dead-end job at all, but an entry-level job with Dell, and built myself up just without any credentials or anything else from an intro kind of technician in the diagnostics lab to the lead engineer for their workstation line of business motherboards test system. I don't even claim expertise in the things that I did there. I learned what I need to know to do stuff. Cool. Yeah, you're asking what I would have you do. I'm glad you wanted to help people. I'm glad you wanted to, go out and do some studying. I have no idea. The point here is, if somebody came to me, like if my dad had money and said, "Hey, I'll pay for your theology degree, but you have to go to this unaccredited university," I don't know what the right answer would be. I know that my answer would probably be no thanks. I know people who worked through and struggled with kids and got degrees. I'm happy that you did what you needed to do to get the information that you have. And we still haven't gotten to, any justification for the use of spiritual. And you just said that after all this, that's not the reason for doing this, which that's what I asked for. I don't know what I don't get to decide what I would have you have done instead. But when you walk around saying you have a master's degree in theology, the people with master's degrees in theology from credentialed universities, from accredited universities, a good chunk of them are like, that's not a real degree. I don't know. I don't know what you know, and I don't know what you were taught because it wasn't an accredited course. Or at least that's my understanding. And I think the same thing is happening from the same place with the doctorate you're finishing up. I don't know. I didn't spend much time looking. But then a lot of it seems like not so much like clout chasing, but as in credential collecting. Like, I feel that you are smart and caring and want to be taken seriously. And so you're regretting the fact that you got the best degree you could get. And is that better than no degree? I don't know. I think that it's possible through self-study that someone could fundamentally learn the same stuff as you. And the piece of paper that you got, because it's not from an accredited source, doesn't put you on any higher platform than anybody else. But it seems like when you talk about this, I think I saw a meme that you posted where there's like a baseball player who's a little short and standing on a bucket, and a very tall woman interviewing next to it. And it was like, men without a theology degree, and they're, getting propped up, and then a woman with a theology degree. Awesome. But I would say that your theology degree, we have no way of knowing how good it is or not. That's the problem when you get an unaccredited. And I know, not your problem. You did the best you could with what you had. Kudos. In some ways, you did better than I would have done. You did better than I did. But the point is, nobody can know what you know, or what you're supposed to know, or what you were taught, or whether or not this is good or whatever. And then after getting that credential, I think it was after that, you then went on to get a certification. I'd love to know how many people have received this certification since Jim invented it out of whole cloth, in something where there's no demonstration of scientific discipline. This seems to be how to be a life coach in spiritual matters. And while, as I said, your clients, customers, whatever, they may be benefiting incredibly, or they might just think they're being benefiting incredibly. I don't know. And you might have the best methods, or you might not. I don't know. So we're back to what I said in the video that you tried to portray as, Matt seems to think we're all charlatans. No, I'm saying I don't know how to tell the difference. And it's because you haven't distinguished yourself from those gurus. And when you run around gathering credentials, and you did it in your video, you suggested that you know something and are better at something than the qualified scientific therapists. You put yourself up on a pedestal with all the things that you can do, and didn't list any of the things you're actually qualified to do. Please don't take this the wrong way. I think you may be wonderful and awesome. Like, I genuinely think you are probably helping some people, but you can't take the shortcuts and expect to be treated on the same level and regarded with the same respect as those people who did not. And I know that's probably why you're like, oh, I wish I could have had a better, I wish I could have gone to Princeton. I wish I could have done this. I get it. It's frustrating, but then don't claim it. Don't give the impression of it. Don't get entering into equivocation fallacies. Don't try to suggest that your master's in theology should be viewed as the same as somebody else's master. It's not even the same as Jim's master's in theology. I think he has master's from Trinity. It feels like, I shouldn't even do this because it feels like psychoanalyzing somebody that I've never met. I'm not doing that. But it feels like you desperately want to help, didn't have the resource to do it, didn't find the existing things to make it make sense to you, and went out and did it, and now want to skip the steps that would show that you should be somebody in the Secular Therapy Project with your knowledge and information, that it's scientifically based and supported. You want to skip that step and invent a new space with new methods, or old methods, whatever, that you put under the spirituality label because you're doing psychology, but don't want to call it that. You're doing aspects of, a number of different things. And, there are people who have practiced medicine without a license, and they've genuinely helped people. But it doesn't change the fact that when we go to recommend somebody, we can't recommend somebody who doesn't have a license. And the Secular Therapy Project definitely shouldn't be recommending people to you, even though I think you're probably awesome on what you're actually doing for people. I think the spirituality stuff is still nonsense. I think you haven't come up with a good justification to overcome the baggage that comes with it and the harm that might be done by giving people false impressions. But if you're worried about your character, just from watching this video and listening to you, I'm more convinced than I was before that you're probably sincere and a person of good character and doing the best you can with what you have. But you've got to stop. Like, when I went over to your webpage for No Nonsense Spirituality, if we end up doing a thing together and talking, I really want to learn about this, because I don't know how somebody can call themselves a secular spiritual advisor and they're also an ordained Sufi mystic. Sufi mystic, that's the whirling dervishes spiritual aspect of Islam, right? I mean, I don't have a lot of familiarity with it. There's probably some way to respin that as secular as well. But it's still constructed in the spiritual aspects of Islam. And I know there are people who are like, oh, I'm a secular Muslim. I'm a secular Christian. I'm a secular Jew. The secular Jew takes on a different connotation because Jew being heritage in addition to religion. It seems like let's try to be everything to everybody and use the language that they use, because I felt this way when there wasn't something for me. And so I found the thing for me. And now I'm going to act as if I am just as qualified, if not more qualified, than the scientific experts that are dealing with this stuff. And you might be, but you haven't demonstrated it. So for the caller who called me out saying, Britt comes with receipts and Matt didn't do his homework, you might have done your homework, but we don't have any way to know it.
I wish there were better secular ones. The purpose of this video is to say, I think there's room in secularism for atheists like me. And I refuse to believe that we are so separate in our goals that we would need to have a full-on debate as if we weren't on each other's team. Any debate that you've ever been in, I would have been arguing on your side. There is room for spiritual atheists. There is a benefit to secularism by including this wing of people who have been trying to do whatever people have been doing that has been under the umbrella of spirituality with as secular and grounded approach as humanly possible. There's room for me, and there's room for Sam Harris, and there's room for Carl Sagan and others who are unashamed about inviting people from religion to bring their sense of the sacred, to bring the baby and leave the bathwater, to bring their spiritual experiences, and that we're not going to shame them for that because it's part of being human. And my last note, I really don't even want to do this because inevitably I'm going to get the comment that I'm just a part of the gender war. But I do think there's a little patriarchy in this conversation, not because, like, calm down comment section, not because you're a man calling out a woman. Like, I'm talking in this space, I deserve to be critiqued. It would be wrong to not critique me just because I'm a woman. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about how spirituality has been defined in this conversation and how men, not Matt, just men in general, have been using a specifically male-oriented approach to the term spirituality. So Matt repeatedly frames spirituality as its only valid form.
I don't know what it means for a specifically male-oriented approach to spirituality. I don't know what makes citing the dictionary's description of common usage male-oriented. I could be completely wrong. I don't know what the justification is for that, but go ahead.
Would be a truth claim that can be debated, tested, falsified, and defended, like the universe having transcendent meaning or whatever. And he says that spirituality is devoid of testable, identifiable content, has no clear, testable, real propositions, and therefore is an unfalsifiable proposal based on vague feelings. And that is how specifically priest class men historically have always defined spirituality. That men who have had the microphone in this space have defined spirituality as something that is propositional, that you make a proposition.
Are you proposing something?
And you try to defend it with evidence. But
proposing something and trying to defend it with evidence is the scientific process. It is skepticism. And I don't know how it got the representation of male-oriented. I think there'd be a number of women involved in the science and skeptical. I mean, there's no denying that those processes were foundationally male-oriented disciplines, but that's because of the view that men should be doing this and women should not. That doesn't make logic, reason, falsifiability, and testability. None of those are male-oriented. Wow, this is kind of weird.
Women historically have had a different relationship to the word spirituality and to spiritual practice that is not as based on metaphysical propositions that have to be defended. So men will make up their roads to transcend this life, and they'll go to imaginary spiritual realms in their heavens and their meditative realms while they sit on mountains, or they'll take their oaths, or they go into apologetics of all trying to kind of like transcend this world and prove something external, right? And they've had this history with spirituality. And women have had a different experience with this word. Women tend to be more relational. Now, by what combination of nature and nurture, I cannot say. That's above my pay grade. But their brains tend to, on average, be more interrelated with itself, and they tend to be more relationally connected outside of themselves. And so spirituality is not just about escaping this world to a spiritual world that you have to make propositions about and authority about and then have to defend it or have evidence for and against it. Women often use the spiritual space as a way to delve deeper into themselves, into the earth, into relationships, into the world. And so a woman may be, on average, at least historically, less concerned with defining spirituality as logical, philosophical prepositions from systematic theology that you have to prove and disprove. They're more likely to say, this practice changes how I'm processing grief. This ritual helps mark a transition. This story gives me a feeling of moral courage. This inner work helped me to care about myself better. And that's a different form of spirituality. And women have never had the privilege to write scripture. They've never had the privilege to meditate for hours on a mountaintop and leave humanity. What they experience as spirituality is much more experiential, and it's rooted in human experience itself. So to define spirituality solely as whatever you can claim and prove about ultimate reality is patriarchal by definition.
I'm not defining spirituality by what you can prove. I defined reality by what you can prove. Name something that isn't a logical, philosophical proposition that could be debated. Name something that can't qualify as that. What path to truth is there without a proposition to evaluate? This is what knowledge and epistemology are fundamentally about. How do we know what we know? How do we reliably confirm that X is true? This is why Aristotelian propositional logic is foundational to all of this. Here's a proposition. What is the support for that proposition? If you're able to present a valid and sound argument supported by evidence that warrants accepting the proposition, then you should accept the proposition. And if you can't, then you should not accept the proposition. I'm going to reference a man, David Hume, that the wise man, yes, here he is being patriarchal, the wise man proportions his confidence to the evidence. And I changed that years ago to the wise person proportions their confidence to the evidence. Not that I'm super woke or enlightened or, it's more accurate. Because if there's somebody out there who doesn't proportion their confidence to the evidence, I think they've made a mistake. If there's somebody out there who becomes convinced of some proposition, and everything you believe is accepting a proposition, everything, no matter how you came by it, you could come by it by good reasons or bad reasons, but everything you are convinced of is a proposition that you've accepted. And the way to make sure that you're accepting the most likely correct propositions is to debate it, discuss it, investigate it, and evaluate the evidence for it. When you start saying that, where's the demonstration that without a proposition and the evidence for it, you have anything that can be identified as a path to truth?
It disregards how half of humanity, the half that has never had the power to speak in this space, has had a different relationship to the word spirituality. And because of that, young women are leaving religion more than young men. They're tired of patriarchy defining what spirituality means, to what it means to live the good life when it doesn't fit their lives as women. And if we can include these voices, I think you'll find a much more broad concept of spirituality that has a lot more room than the room that you are giving it. So for example, when we started to do closed captioning, that was specifically for the deaf community, but we found that it helped everyone. Like, I prefer to listen to things with captions in it. And so I think if you add more voices, specifically female voices, into defining what spirituality is, you're going to get a lot more room, not just for women, but for everyone, for this concept of spirituality. And I think you're going to find in those definitions some more space to be able to interact with this word without it, just feeling like you have to reject the whole thing. So
I don't need the word. I'm able to deal with and discuss people's human condition, their psychology, their trauma, whether it came from religion or elsewhere. I'm not qualified to interact with them. I'm saying I can discuss all of those things without ever going near the word spiritual, without ever poisoning the actual psychology with woo, with even the appearance or impression of woo. As I said, I'm fine with meeting people where they are and doing this transition. You want to make them just comfortable enough so that they know they're not under threat, and just uncomfortable enough so that they know they haven't landed at an end goal, that there's still progress to be made. There's still work to be done. And if this may be a difference between whether or not we care more about truth than comfort. I don't know. I would expect, like most everybody else, to say, of course I care about truth. Who doesn't? Or maybe not say who doesn't, since we both probably heard people acknowledge that they don't care about truth. But if we're going to care about truth, then that means things should be viewed as propositions supported by evidence. It doesn't mean that's how we come to it. It doesn't negate that we learn things by intuition. The problem is that if we haven't trained our intuition, then we've still become convinced of a proposition by intuition instead of evidence. And if we train our intuition, we're more likely to be less frequently going to be wrong if our intuition has been trained via skepticism. But in all these situations, where is there any path to truth without a proposition supported by argument and evidence? The fact that people don't think in those terms doesn't mean they're not doing that. Where's the demonstration that people are winding up, that they have beliefs that aren't the acceptance of a proposition?
For example, for my 40th birthday, I got together with all the women in my life, and we created a ritual for moving from first half of life to second half of life. It had song and fire and story. I asked people, instead of a birthday present, to bring like a shared bit of wisdom. We did a ritual in a circle. We had some bread and wine to kind of reclaim the sacrament that life comes from our bodies and not from God. And everyone there knew that this was play. Nobody, not a single person there, because these are my friends, thought that this was capital R real, that this is capital M magic. There was nothing metaphysical happening, but it was a profound experience for everyone there, a top 3 experience of my life. And I know that there's many atheist men where when I even show them the science behind ritual, behind something like this, or show that women self-report feeling more connected or uplifted or lighter, or they processed emotions, or they feel more generous, etc. I can show them all the science. They still can't get themselves to attend something like that because it too much betrays their identity of just being a skeptic, just being anti, just being sometimes even just like being a logical robot. And for me, that would just be cutting off a part of myself. And so I think sometimes the men in the atheist space should be more honest about the ways that in this space there can be, just like in patriarchal religion, some aspect of male peacocking. And I'm not calling you out specifically. Again, I'm just...
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Plenty of atheist men, according to you, won't acknowledge this aspect because it betrays them just being a skeptic or just being a logical robot. I am a skeptic, and I don't think that someone who's actually a skeptic is cherry picks about where to apply skepticism and where not to. This is why I did the Hume quote about proportioning your confidence to the available evidence. Skepticism is the foundational epistemology. If you believe something that isn't warranted by scientific skepticism, then you have no demonstration that it's true. All you can do is say it's your opinion. This is how I felt about it. As far as your 40th birthday celebration, I'm glad you had fun. I'm glad it was profound. I'm glad you got together with people. And hey, they all knew it wasn't capital R real. Nice. I wouldn't have an interest in participating in that myself, not because, I say not because I'm a man. Who knows? Maybe it is because I'm a man. But all of those things harken back to the specific rituals that have religious ties that I don't see any value in it. I don't need to eat bread and wine as a sacrament. I need to eat and drink when I'm hungry. I know I'm back to robot again. Sorry. I'm fine with it though. If you want to hang out, and I don't really drink wine, but if you want to hang out, have some bread, have a drink, shot of tequila, maybe a good Polliner Oktoberfest, I'm happy to do that. If you want to sing and dance around, I've done that too. And I don't think it's so much the specifics of the ritual, and I have no expertise here, could be monumentally wrong. I don't think it's so much the specifics of the ritual as much as it is that there is a ritual. And I'm sure I have plenty of my own rituals. Maybe even things as simple as ordering the same meal at a restaurant every time I go, which isn't always the case, but it's often the case. I find the thing I like, and I eat it for a while, and then I branch out to other things. And it's like, oh, somebody's asked me, how good's this restaurant? I can tell you how good 3 of their dishes are. Some of it has to do with having my teeth replaced. So there's things I can't chew as much anymore. But I know people in the secular community that do tarot reading for fun. Go for it. Have your fun. And I know that they don't think there's anything to their tarot reading other than, a random tool to maybe inspire art or inspire thought, or, you could roll a die and have a list. I got a 20-sided die because I'm demonic. You could roll a die and be like, oh, today's topic is 3, and go to some chart and pull up a 3. It's just the same as dealing random cards and things like that. The problem is, if you bring together people who aren't skeptical and who aren't secular, and you use a tarot deck for this bit of fun, you've now lended credibility to tarot reading. Now, if everybody there knows, like all your friends knew, cool. I wouldn't necessarily, and I've done, I probably shouldn't say that. Well, I was at an atheist event, and I did not attend this portion of the event, but my ex-wife went to this portion of the event, where there was basically a lesbian orgy with Bible reading. I got no objection to people doing that, mockery and, all that other stuff, or trying to be serious about it. There's lots of things that we do, but it doesn't mean that we can't evaluate them logically and with evidence once we make a proposition for it. But if we're just talking about emotions, which you said wasn't spirituality at the beginning, and vibes, which you said wasn't spirituality at the beginning, the demonstration of real, I accept all of those, awe, wonder, all that stuff. This is still mostly just about the label. I'll be the first to admit, I don't understand fully what you're talking about. I definitely am aware that patriarchy controls a whole bunch of things, but I'm not aware that, do you think that patriarchy is controlling mathematics as well? Because that's directly derived from logic. Is patriarchy controlling scientific truth? the scientific findings? Is there some conspiracy to keep away woman science? I'm not aware of any. Happy to know about it. And in no way would I ever diminish women's experiences. Like the fact that women might generally view certain aspects that they call spirituality different from the way some men or all men would refer to spirituality. That's in how we are culturally indoctrinated to encapsulate ideas so that we can process it. Your experience is different from my experience. My experience as a, cishet white dude is different from my friend Brady. I don't know what it's like to be black. I don't know what it's like to be a woman. I don't know what it's like to live life in those things. And because of that, because the rituals definitely change our self, even though the self is a deception, and we're in agreement on that. So yay, even though it changes our self, and it changes one group of people more in one direction than another because of broken aspects of our system where patriarchy is taking control, or in rare occasions where matriarchy is taking control. I don't know how that makes logical philosophical propositions that could be debated a man brain thing. But even if I assume that it is, that doesn't in any way demonstrate that that's not the most reliable path to truth.
Talking about in general in this space, there are times in this space when the men in this space specifically can become toxic in their own way. I've been to philosophy clubs where I'm the only woman in the room, and it's a bunch of men peacocking on who can quote philosophy better instead of an actual inquiry.
That annoys the crap out of me too, but that's because I'm a self-taught dilettante that can't run around quoting everybody and knows that quoting anybody is probably going to be viewed as pretentious and detrimental. I'm cautious. I always note when I quote Hume, my little correction of it. So yeah, not that we've had the same experience, but that aspect of that experience, I'm completely with you.
Actual conversation, actual experience, actual vulnerability in our human experience. And so that's an area where I think secularism can do better. Now, my last response to your critique is your statement that that spirituality is the Wild West and has no ethical guardrails, making it a place of just charlatans and scammers like me preying on people who are just struggling with life.
I'm pretty sure I've corrected this several times. I don't think that it is. Once again, it seems to be this all or nothing representation on Britt's part. Not that they're all scammers. It's that they haven't done anything to distinguish themselves where I can't tell the difference. I don't know how many times I can say, I don't know that you're a scammer. I just don't know that you're not. And I'm convinced after listening to you that you seem to be, I think somebody can be sincere and also be actively scamming someone, but I don't have any reason to think you're doing that. I just don't have a way to distinguish.
Life. And so I can meet you here on this critique for sure. It is fair, but it's something that I talk about every single day. I call out the Deepak Chopras and how they smuggle in bullshit with words like consciousness. And I call out the Jay Shettys and the Shannon Blakes and anyone who annoys me. It's something that I actually want to do less because I want to create more positive content. But all that space bothers me, and pretty much every day I call out what I consider to be spiritual charlatans. So just because it is the Wild West doesn't mean there aren't people working with ethical guidelines.
Agreed.
I speak publicly about red flags and green flags. And because I do this publicly, I have to hold myself to those standards too, because those are the standards by which I will be called out for my own bullshit. I see my own mentors. I have people watching the ethics of my business. I praise in my posts the ways that other industrialized nations like France, for example, are limiting what you can say in the spiritual space. They don't.
I wish you'd add a red flag to your self-call out, which is people equivocating over their credentials and authority and dismissing skepticism in science as if they have found a better way of knowing. If you found a better way to reliably demonstrate the truth of something than scientific skepticism, science and skepticism, etc., you need to present that, and we should be having a conversation about the epistemology. That's not what I saw.
allow you to have conferences, for example, when you promise that you can cure cancer by meditating in a certain way. Yeah. I support ways that we can legalize psychedelics and include healthy ethical guardrails around that. Yes, I'm in the Wild West, but what is the alternative? Like in America, it's either too much order in religion where it's suffocating, where it's, hierarchy and all that, or it's chaos in the spiritual space.
You skipped right over too much order in religion or chaos. You skipped over scientific skepticism, qualified scientific vetted psychological therapy, with demonstrated qualifications and effectiveness. You might, like I said, you might have the best path, but you're not there yet to demonstrate it.
Both have a shadow side. Both have their problems. But that doesn't mean there aren't good people doing good work in the Wild West. And I hope and aspire to be one of those people. So your critique on that score, I think, would have landed better if you had some video that showed that I was acting unethically, or, some of my clients that I've had that, felt really uncomfortable with me and were.
Okay. I'm exhausted from a number of fallacious arguments as we get right here to the end. The video wasn't about you. You were obliquely referenced. I didn't call you a charlatan. And if I would have put a video of you saying something that was problematic in there, that would have been me calling you out specifically. This wasn't about specifically calling you out. It was about calling out all of the people who are advocating for what you advocate for. And no, since my point is not Britt is a charlatan, I don't need to present evidence of you doing something as a charlatan. My point was, I don't have a way to tell the difference between what you're claiming and what charlatans claim. And you haven't really provided anything like that. You have bemoaned your own credentials, and tried to adopt an authority position over qualified, vetted therapists from the Secular Therapy Project to gain even more gravitas. Isn't that exactly what a guru would do? Isn't it exactly what a guru would do? It is to be like, Western science and medicine has failed, and we need to go this direction. I've done this. It's worked for me. It's worked for my clients. It's not scientifically approved. It's not scientifically vetted. But that's because people are just too closed-minded about what I'm actually advocating for. I don't know how to tell the difference. Listening to you and judging by your action, I still think you're a good person trying to do good. But you're trying to skip the steps. And then every now and then you turn around with some fallacious representation that I made a video that's like, Britt Hartley is a fucking fraud, and then provided no evidence for it. I'm sure that you took this personally. You took it enough to say Matt Dillahunty called spirituality nonsense. I did. But what I was talking about, by the way, at the beginning of the video, was not what you're talking about. What you're talking about isn't nonsense. What you're calling it is supporting nonsense. That's my only objection there. And claiming authority and misrepresenting, I would say, in a number of cases, the value of your collected credentials without evidential support. Those are the only problems I have with you. I think you're awesome. Maybe. I have to throw the maybe in there because you still haven't managed to distinguish. When we get down to brass tacks, I don't know what you could have said that any guru couldn't have said. You definitely speak more clearly than Deepak Chopra. But I need the science. I guess I'm a robot or a man.
Calling me out or something, or that I was calling myself a guru, or that there's evidence of price gouging. Like, I give so much of my content away for free as much.
Oh,
much as
I thought she had said,
possibly can. I give my courses away for free for anyone who will ask. I hope to be part of the solution.
I thought she was saying
where the
that
Wild West becomes more
that I did call her out for that. And then she's saying, no, you should have done this if you wanted to say it was fraud. I appreciate that. Thanks.
more ethical so that people don't get scammed and into cults out here, but also so that they get some tools so they don't return back to religion. So overall, my response is that I align with Matt when it comes to skepticism in religion and spiritual spaces, to calling out gurus, which I do, for calling out bullshit under the umbrella of spirituality. I do this every single day, but that does not mean there is nothing here. And that does not necessarily mean that I'm a charlatan. And I choose that it is better for secularism to steal back this umbrella term spirituality. I think it helps against the monopoly that religion has. I think it's an arm of rebuilding in the deconstruction space, and there's not great secular words anyways. My credentials come mostly from me just being someone on TikTok, being honest about my human experience in 3 minutes at a time. I've never had a wife support my career. I've never had a secretary. I've never had any help at all. I have no team. I do this because it felt like the right thing to do with my education and experiences that I've had in my life. That doesn't make me a charlatan. It was literally the best thing that I could do as someone who woke up.
I know we've hit this. You don't align with me on skepticism. You strike me as someone who is skeptical in a common sense, but not in a principle sense. I don't know how you can be a skeptic and dump on science, dump on credentials, dump on sound epistemology, dump on propositions supported by evidence as if you found some alternate path of knowledge. I mean, I've heard from plenty of formerly religious people and religious people who like, science isn't the end all be all, logic and evidence, and, you know, our senses are limited. There are other ways of knowing. And typically they're referring to something like the sensus divinatus, the divine sense, the sense of the divine. And while there may be a psychological construct that one could easily label as a divine sense, that doesn't in any way demonstrate that it's coming from the divine, any more than mitochondrial Eve was actually Eve.
Up in my 30s with 4 children and someone who's always thought about these things, no belief in God, a worthless piece of paper, and a knowledge that I was going to die someday. This felt like the best thing to do and the best approach of how to find meaningful work that supported my family when my career was never the focus. And I've studied nothing else but existential questions since I was 16 years old. And this feels like the best thing that I could do with a worthless degree in theology. And so now my question for the audience, if you've made it this far, is I have 2 questions. One, do you think it's okay for atheists to use the term spirituality? Because I'm open to being wrong there. I'm open to changing the language there. Like, I don't believe that language like reflects something ultimate about reality. Like, we can change language. I'm happy to change language if it feels like overall it's just too baggaged of a term for me to use. So 1, is it okay for atheists to use this term spirituality? And number 2, is there room in secularism for both me and Matt Dillahunty? Is there a purpose for both of the kinds of work that we're doing? And he doesn't need to do my work, and I wouldn't be great at doing what he does. Or do you see us as more diametrically opposed? So Matt, to you, I'm not much for debates of late because I don't believe people change their mind at debates, especially when they're debating something that's attached to
This is a debate. Sorry.
To their identity. The brain, as you know from debating so many apologists, it doesn't matter what you say. If your identity is wrapped around a particular worldview, you'll just find a way to justify it.
Quite frequently.
I don't really value debates as often. I prefer conversations. And you do have an identity, if I'm being honest. You have a solid and needed place in the secular community as a skeptic, as someone with a very sensitive BS meter. That is the service that you provide this community, and you do it better than anyone. And so I'm much more interested in having a conversation, because that will go deeper into the differences between us and like the root differences between us that cause us to approach this word spirituality differently, so that maybe we can understand each other and make space for each other, rather than have people vote on who won based on whoever they liked better.
I don't do debates with votes either.
anyways. So if you want to have a conversation about this, you have my email, as we recently connected over this video. I had a mutual friend introduce me. So you've got my email. If you see anything there that's worth having a conversation over, I'm certainly open to a conversation. If not, I hope at least I was able to defend my character here, because if I was truly acting in a way where I had lost all character and ethics, then I would and should lose all the credibility that I have, because I'm not just doing this for the money. Whatever you think, whatever money you think is in atheistic spirituality, trust me, the money is much better when I was in religion, and the money is better in cults, and I don't do either. So whatever money you think that I'm making,
none of this was about money you're making, ever. You defended yourself against things that were never even thought in my head, let alone intended to be implied. And so to the extent that people are like, oh, you owe Britt an apology, there was no intent to say that you couldn't or shouldn't earn money, or that you are necessarily exploiting people. I just pointed out, I don't know how to tell the difference between what you're advocating for and what a guru advocates for. And I've acknowledged multiple times it might be wonderful in helping people, and you might be wonderful in helping people, but you haven't done the work to show why anybody else should look at this and say, that is better than the scientifically vetted therapist counseling. That is better. It's about the authority there. The other thing now is, I don't disagree with what you're calling spirituality. I just disagree with you calling it spirituality for lots of reasons. And so you had two questions. One is, for the audience, do they think it's okay for atheists to use the term spirituality? And I think it's okay, not that it matters what I think or anybody else. No, but none of us get to police how people are talking or thinking or whatever else. I just don't think it's preferable. I think referring to it as psychology, I think referring to it as well-being, I think inventing a new word are all preferable to adopting and attempting to co-opt a term with so much baggage that is still baggage that is active in the minds of the overwhelming majority, or maybe not the overwhelming, the majority of people still on the planet. I mean, we're unsure how many rational, skeptical secularists we have who would not inject some woo in it. But in much the same way that people find their way out of religion and flounder around for meaning and fall into astrology and tarot cards and paganism and witchcraft. Oh boy, I just pissed some people off there. Go ahead, I'm a big boy. I don't see how to tell the difference between taking, what's the justification for saying, is it just we don't have a better word? Find one, make one up. You did that multiple times. You're like, I wish I had a better degree, but I don't. So this is what I can do other than a dead-end job. Okay. I hope you make enough money to demonstrate that your qualifications should be considered equivalent and that your methods should be considered equivalent. But until then, they're not. The other one is, there room for both of us? Of course. At no point was I ever suggesting there isn't room for both of us, and isn't room. Atheism is just one thing. Then skepticism is about epistemology and using the right tools. I think there are people who think you can be a skeptic and a Christian. I don't. I think that, and as a matter of fact, they tried to say this, that skepticism has nothing to say about untestable claims. That's a lie. What skepticism has or should say about untestable claims is, by virtue of them being untestable, it is not possible for you to have warrant to believe them. And so if you believe something that is untestable, and if you believe something without sufficient evidence, you are in violation of the foundational principles of skepticism and sound epistemology. And then you've got humanism, all of which come together in this, secular humanism in particular, in this broadened community that is still building, and it's not going fast enough, and it's not doing good enough or well enough. And it's still a male-dominated, everything is male-dominated. And I've worked really hard to change that. So there were people I've been happy and eager to accept invitations onto tiny YouTube channels, and particularly I opt to go on channels as often as I can of people who aren't like me. So I remember, I don't want to like drop names or whatever, but some of the ones that pop immediately in my head are like, I really like Godless Granny, and I don't know how big her channel is now, but she wanted to have me on, and I'm like, hell yeah. And when I was doing the Atheist Experience, I mean, well, Tracy Harris has gone down a different path. At the time, she was my favorite person on the show, the best person on the show, and I was so glad we had her. And I specifically added Jenna Belk onto Atheist Experience, and I did so specifically because she did not have a good philosophical understanding of those subjects, and I wanted someone on the show who didn't get into Phil Bro, debate bro mode and ask the questions that some of the rest of us have kind of just overlooked or we answered 20 years ago. And, you know, just to keep things fresh and to get different thoughts on there. When I started doing tours with Sam Harris and Richard Dawkins, and at least one other who won't be mentioned, the guy that was organizing those tours, I went to him and I said, I will do this. I will go out and hang with these guys and do events and have fun and all this, but I will only do it on the condition that you also book a separate event where it is me and two people who I think have voices that are underrepresented in the community to do an event. And for that event, I picked Tracy Harris and Sarah Hayter. I am not a wait knight. I'm not a champion of anything. I'm certainly not immune to patriarchal positions or occasional sexist thoughts or being wrong about any number of things. But I've spent a great deal of time trying to boost voices that aren't like me. And I have found some amazing people and been fortunate to work with the people on the line right now, the women on the line in particular. I'm stunned on a regular basis. I loved having Alyssa on the show. Arden, Jack, and a number of others, but I just Promise's book is getting ready to come out like in a week or two. I wrote the foreword to Promise's book. She's one of the finest, greatest people I know. I'm lucky to know her, and the community is lucky to have her. And I hope you all go out and buy her book. That wasn't supposed to be an advertisement, but hey, we're on my channel. I can advertise stuff, which means I could also go like, give all those super chats right now. If you stuck through this whole video and enjoyed it, I'll look at them later because I not gonna have the time to go over them now. I'm gonna let Britt finish. I'll do a quick wrap up and then we're out.
In atheistic spirituality, it's really not great, especially when I do so much work turning people's power back to them, and helping them live their own lives and find their own paths that are going to be completely different than mine. That's not something that you do if you're wanting to gain followers or create a cult or be a charlatan. So I hope at least I was able to defend my character enough that you find me worthy of having a conversation. And to everyone who listened, I encourage you to watch Matt's video, which was only about 20 minutes long. I realized that my video is a lot longer, but I
wait till you see this one.
Fully kind of flesh out the reasoning why I use the term spirituality. And I would really love to know what you think, because I could be really wrong about this, and I'm open to being wrong about how I use this term and why, and if it's good or bad for the secular community. So let me know what you think. And Matt, you've got my email. Bye.
I do. And I know I did a 20-minute video. You did an hour response. I did a 3-hour, and it'll be 4 hours or close enough to it by the time I'm done. Sort of live react. I specifically avoided anything because I wanted to be like, apart from the one thing I knew about, which was referencing the psychotherapy project, which really, really pissed some people off. But whether they should be pissed off or not, thanks for bringing up something we need to address. Specifically, how the psychotherapy project works and what should or shouldn't count as sort of
scientifically reliable, vetted treatment, counseling, advice, all of those things. That's, and when I say we, I don't mean me. I am not part of the psychotherapy project. I'm talking about the broader community. This is the neuroses here, because people have been like, Matt went to seminary and blah, blah. And every single time I have to say, no, I didn't go to seminary. I was going to go to seminary, and I found my way out before I got that far. If a university wanted to give me an honorary doctorate in, I don't know, whatever, I would go and I would accept it and I would thank them. And I would never refer to myself as doctor anything. To me, it's just a recognition that, hey, you did something, and I will prize it forever. I have a handful of awards, not many, but I have a handful of awards over in the guest room in my bookshelves. And I praise all of them, including from organizations or people that I don't really interact with at all. We're a broad community. It's not the atheist part that in me that has some objection to the term spirituality. It's the skeptic and the strategist. That's my primary objection. If it weren't for the fact that the bulk of people on the planet are appealing to some sort of woo or pseudoscience when they use the term spiritual, I probably wouldn't give a shit who uses it or why. But if your best reason for using it is you can't think of a better word, and you don't want to call it psychology, which it clearly is, or well-being, which it clearly is, I don't find that to be a particularly compelling case to keep lending. I'm happy to lend credibility to psychology, and I'm thrilled to lend credibility and support to well-being. I am not at all moved to lend credibility and support to the term spirituality, which means so many different things to so many different people that we agreed that in the religious sense and in the sense that I talked about there, which doesn't fit yours, is a hot fucking mess. There's definitely a place, Britt, if you want to do like a conversation that's not 4 hours long, like, hey, we could do a live here on my channel sometime. If you want to, I could do a live on your channel. This is not about promoting my channel, although you guys should definitely like and subscribe and do all that stuff. But however you want to do it, if you want to have a conversation, I'd like to know a number of different things. The questions I asked about what's involved in being an ordained Sufi mystic, and how is that a secular endeavor? Is it, as I suspect, maybe just focusing on ritual? Because when I look at, Sufi mystics, it's whirling dervishes and things like that. And I don't know enough. I don't know shit apart from that, really. So that would be interesting. I'd like to know what you think about the potential harm of using a loaded term that has so much baggage. I get why you want to like take it back from there's some things we want to take back. Like religion is co-opted community. We definitely need to take that back. It was never theirs. But spirituality, I would argue, for the most part, was theirs. Was in the realm of religion and the supernatural primarily. And that what secularists are using is some metaphoric version of it. Just like the notion of a soul is primarily in the supernatural and religious realm. And that word gets sometimes translated or used as equivalent to spirit. And I'm fine with, the human spirit or the spirit of adventure or whatever else. Those things, they're broader labels that distinguish that I'm making a metaphoric reference to something. And I don't think that secular spirituality makes it clear to the non-secular spiritual people that you're speaking as a metaphor. And that's why I think there are a lot of people who, I don't believe in God, I believe in a higher power. When there's no evidence, no description, no understanding, it is vapid nonsense to say I believe in a higher power. It is, in many views, and I don't know if you do this or whatever else. I don't think you do. You're an atheist. You're an outspoken atheist. So I doubt you say you believe in a higher power, but I find it to be cowardly sophistry of people who don't recognize that you are either convinced that that some God exists, or you are not convinced that some God exists. And if you are convinced that there's some higher power, fine. What's your reason for it? And I think that if you were to drill down, here I am psychoanalyzing people without any expertise. I think if you were to drill down to what most people mean when they say, I believe in a higher power, it's, I'm terrified to do the thing that I've been told is incredibly arrogant, which is to say, no, I don't believe in any higher power. And what it does is it provides a gray area that isn't true, isn't pointing to anything true, and is about how people feel rather than the facts that support reality. On that note, huge thanks to Britt. And if you want to sit down and have a conversation about those things and other things, I'm game. I appreciate you doing this. Like I said, I think in general, you're probably awesome and wonderful, and you might be doing good work for people, but you're skipping some steps. And when you do things like, put yourself above to where scientific vetted therapists need to reach to you because you have the info they don't have, that can be true, but you need to actually demonstrate it in the same way that those people have. So while your degrees may be diploma mill or online credentials or whatever else, that doesn't mean that the knowledge that you've learned is crap. It just means you haven't done the work yet for people to be able to distinguish and tell whether or not it's likely crap or not. And citing the number of people who feel like you've helped them is something that, sorry, not calling you a guru, any guru could do. Any preacher could do. Any mystic could do. That's not how data and evidence works to show that you have a viable treatment path. There are a number of recognized treatments that have fallen by the wayside, that are pseudoscience that people expected, or there is pseudoscience that people accepted and later had to reject when we found out it was accepted too hastily. And all of those that were accepted and rejected have done more to show that they perhaps should have been accepted, even if it was smoke and mirrors, than what you and other people, because this isn't just about you, have done with regard to secular spirituality. On that note, huge thanks to everybody for tuning in. I'll get this video, clipped up, posted, everything else. There will be a lot more live content coming soon now that my computer's working. We're going to be changing a bunch of graphics and doing stuff fancy. If you had any technical problems, please comment down below. If you had anything else that you feel like Britt and I overlooked, comment there, or you can email me, you can email Britt, and when we get together, if we get together to talk about this, we'll address those things too. In the meantime, huge thank you to everybody for the support. Thank you for hanging in there. If you made it almost all 4 hours, you're definitely better than I am. But I wanted to make sure I listened to the entire hour and commented on it, because there's no animosity here on a personal level. It's just about what is warranted and actions with regard to, authority. And I not only have problems with authority, I have problems with people speaking as if they're an authority without the demonstration. And yet it doesn't make me hate anybody or want to kick them out of a movement or anything else. The psychology is real as far as I can tell, and people need help, and we're all trying to help them. So yeah, there's room for all of us. But I'm not going to start calling it spirituality, and I'm probably going to keep complaining against those that do for the reasons stated. In the meantime, y'all take care of yourself. I got to go get my dog trained. Bye-bye.